Good afternoon. It is Tuesday, April 25th. That was loud. And this is the County Commissioners Work Session. I am Greg Poshman, Vice Chair, chairing today as Francie is out. She'll be joining us later this afternoon, so we hear, weather permitting. And we're going to jump right into staff and community presentations. And up first is Ashley Pearl's here to do childcare funding update. And you have a guest.
I have a guest. Hello. Hi.
Hi.
I'm Ashley Pearl, Community Resiliency Manager for Picken County. I'm going to talk about childcare. And I'm joined by Valerie Carlin from the Aspen Community Foundation. As the board is probably aware, we're using Aspen Community Foundation as our administrator of the stipend program that we're going to talk about today. And just all things partnership around childcare. ACF has been a really great partner in helping us think through next steps. So you'll hear from both of us. So what we're going to do today is we completed quarter one of the staff stipend program. We got money out to teachers. It was great. Kelly and Patty and Francie, we all got to visit the childcare centers. So we'll tell you how that quarter one went and the learnings from there. Talk about some additional childcare needs that have come up, especially since those visits, and then how we might respond as a county. So that's what we're going to do today.
Great.
So as a reminder, we're here because the county has ARPA funding, American Rescue Plan Act funding, just under $3.5 million. It has to be obligated by the end of 2024 and expended by the end of 2026. And the general direction we received from you all last year was to kind of split the funds between childcare and housing. So what we went out and did is, as staff, is looked at the childcare landscape. You all said, let's spend some money on childcare, and so we went out and said, okay, what does the childcare space need? We found these themes that you have all heard before, but it's good to review them. So we found that staff are leaving the childcare profession for other lines of work because of pay and benefits meet their needs better in other lines of work. We found that it's really hard to attract and hire new educators and staff. So as staff leave, filling those vacancies is really, really hard. This all comes back to a lack of housing for staff, housing instability, the rising cost of housing. A number of the staff who work in child care centers in Picken County live in Garfield County and further beyond. So their commute is extremely long most days, and they have to be there quite early and stay quite late. We also found that families in Picken County are struggling to pay the cost of care. So not all of our families qualify for some of those state programs or tuition assistance programs, but they're still in that gap where they don't qualify for help, but paying the cost of care, especially for more than one child, is a financial hardship on families. And then we also found that there's too few spaces to meet our community needs. You've all heard the statistic that there's around 130 kids born at Aspen Valley Hospital each year, and there's around 32 infant spots. Just that statistic alone tells us we don't have enough spots for all the kids that either need care or would benefit from care. So with that in mind, I presented to you quite a bit last year about the staff support stipend program. The board approved it and we launched it. So as a reminder, it's a $6,000 per year stipend for every full-time staff member working in a licensed facility in Picken County, and $4,000 a year for part-time staff. We distribute that quarterly, so it's $1,500 or $1,000 quarterly. And then we did contract with Aspen Community Foundation to administer the program. So I'm going to turn it over to Valerie to kind of give us the quarterly report, which was also attached to your packet with just some highlights of how it went. There you go.
Lindsay raised her hand. Sorry.
Lindsay raised her hand.
Welcome, Valerie.
Thank you. Sorry.
Do we want to recognize, is Lindsay on there somewhere? Lindsay, do you want to say anything?
Maybe I missaw.
Oh, Lindsay might want to be promoted.
Let's bring her
Yeah,
in.
sorry.
Okay.
I'm
Thank you.
used to running my own Zoom meetings, so it's just a habit
Right.
to check
No,
everything.
fine. Please,
We all need
go
help.
go
Yeah.
ahead.
She would be going like
Yeah,
this if
yeah.
she could, but it only goes like that.
Great. Well, thank you all for your support of our childcare sector here. It's very recognized and valued by people in the community. So in quarter one, we were able to support 10 different childcare providers. Those are the ones operating outside of the city limits. You guys may recall that we offered sort of an opt-out for the providers located in Aspen. They decided to go with the Kids First program, which is very similar. It's all coordinated and aligned. We're really happy about the partnership there. So 10 providers you can see listed on the screen. We have, some school-based providers, everyone from Growing Years, which is kind of half in, half out of Eagle and Pitkin, to Wildwood, which is firmly in the county up the road.
Can I ask what is Little Steps College?
So Little Steps College, I don't know if you guys remember, but a while ago, CMC and Kids First partnered to try to open an infant care program in the Aspen campus building. And so this is the provider that's operating there. So it's only for infant care. I think they have about 8 or so.
Yeah, we went
8 or
we
so-
went
right,
to
or-
that
you
site.
were
It
that one,
was
yeah.
irresistible.
Yes, super cute to see those little ones.
Those little babies. Oh.
And that is, interestingly enough, one of our only Latina-led organizations providing childcare in Pitkin County. So that's really exciting. So for quarter one, we allocated $128,500 in stipends and administrative fee for that quarter. Total childcare staff across those 10 programs, about 92 people were helped. 73 of those are full-time, 19 part-time. And for each quarter, the childcare staff receives either $1,500 or $1,000, depending on whether they're full-time or part-time. And then just some observations, kind of maybe some baseline information, if you will. Our childcare providers in the county operate under sort of 3 primary business models. So we have 2 that are nonprofits, 4 that are for-profit, 6 that are for-profit, so little small businesses, and then we have 2 that are school-based. And then most of our childcare staff, interestingly enough, are working full-time. I think that an assumption we might have is there are a lot of part-time people in the field, but actually most of them are working full-time. And then the hourly wages are ranging from $20 to $40 an hour. The $40 people are those childcare directors. They've been in the field a long time. They have, some of them have master's degrees in early education, so those are our most qualified staff that are making $40. $20 is the entry point for the people in this sector. And then we did have some staff changes. Interestingly enough, from the time we actually got the money to ACF before we could get the checks out the door, we had changes already in the field. And so net, we had about 3 childcare workers completely leave Pitkin County, employed in those providers in that first quarter. So I'm looking at this as sort of the baseline that we're going to start to analyze things on as we move forward. We'll continue to track particularly staff changes over these next few years and see what learnings we can ascertain from that movement of people.
Thank you.
Yeah, do you all have questions for Valerie before we kind of move on beyond the staff stipend program?
Sure, Patty?
Yeah, I just want to make sure, actually, and I'm sure we probably are, with sharing this with the city as part of our ongoing discussions, because I think there was concern expressed by certain members of city council that we weren't going to be getting any data, the county wasn't, and I knew that was part of our plan. So I think that'll be great information to share and see what data they collect, so we can get a broader picture and help with the regional childcare efforts that are going on.
Yeah, certainly.
Other questions? Valerie, I'd just be interesting, since you're running this, I think it's great the foundation is doing this. It's just so we know we can rely on you. You've got such a great track record, so thank you.
Great.
I want to
No,
express
thank
my
you.
gratitude and ours that you're involved in this. so obviously it's going to cost more money. We're looking at ways to raise more and find more money to make things work. Tell me about the community foundation. Do you have private, foundations or donors or others who are circling interested in what's happening here? Just, I'm looking for optimism.
Sure. There is interest. We've shared with our board first and foremost that this is our partnership we're having with the county. They love it that we partner with you guys across COVID and all sorts of other things that we've done. We are looking to see how we could potentially replicate this idea, particularly in Garfield County. That is an area that is underserved. But then as we move out of this 3-year partnership, let's think about how we partner to hopefully continue something at some scale. But there is interest among my board of continuing the partnership.
Great. Wonderful. Okay, let's keep moving.
Yeah. So, as a reminder, we're here because of the ARPA funding. So the teacher stipend program has assigned about $1.5 million over the next 3 years. That leaves us 1.8 remaining in our total ARPA budget that we have yet to assign. And we are, coming up on the time, about a year out, less than where we have to assign it. So I've always been keeping in the back of my head other uses of the fund. So I want to go through a couple of those today and then ask where you want to go from here. So those potential, I came up with 4 other ways we can use the funds. So one is a one-time maintenance grant program I'm going to chat about for childcare. There's the capital infrastructure program that we can talk about for childcare. We could also increase the 2025 full amount that goes to each full-time and part-time staff member to the full amount, so the $6,000 and the $4,000. Right now it's scheduled to be at half. And then of course there's, it just says housing up there, but that's a big bucket. And we have, we've received direction from the board before that you want to keep this split 50-50. So we need to have conversations about where housing money might be, or where ARPA money might be spent on housing. But today I'll just kind of talk about childcare options for future spending. So the one-time maintenance program, this came actually from the visits we did to all these childcare centers. So Patty and Kelly, Francie, we all saw some of these centers are really lovely, but even regardless of how new they are or how fancy they are, they all have pretty large needs for maintaining, repairs, equipment. It takes a lot to keep these spaces licensable, safe, and everybody's trying to make more space for more children to come in to meet the need. So the challenge is that a lot of these childcare programs don't have budget to do a lot of the things that they want to do to maintain their building. Some of them rent a building. It's a kind of a mixed bag. And there aren't a lot of grants out there that they can apply for things like new carpet. That's just not, rising to the top of some of the state funding or some of the other regional funding you're seeing. But if they were to have some funding, they could increase the safety and the quality of the care, and in some cases, actually increase the number of spaces that's available for enrollment. So we could actually get more kids into childcare programs. So what the staff is recommending, what I'm recommending, is that we consider a one-time maintenance program. So this would be a one-time grant for any licensed provider in Pickens County. We could try and make it available as early as this summer, so that if you're doing projects, summer is usually a good time to do them. The uses could include things like repair and maintenance of structures and space, equipment purchases, small improvements, other immediate needs that are not staffing or training. So we saw a number of places that could use a new coat of paint, some new carpet. We heard from a number of providers where their windows are really drafty, they're using a ton on utilities, or some of them don't have bear-proof doors and windows. That seems like something a child care center should have. And of course, costs are really high right now for all of this. If you can even find somebody to do the work, it's, we all know that construction costs and maintenance costs are really high. So when I polled our 10 providers, everybody came up with something that they could use some money for immediately to improve their space and potentially add students. A lot of it was around outdoor play space, making that safer, adding shade, those sorts of things. One provider had an idea to kind of make their outdoor space a little bit more 3-season as opposed to just 1 season. So things like that. The average cost, based on what folks sent me, was between $12,000 and $15,000, which was kind of on the high end. Some of these things are way less. So just the proposal I put out there was we could offer up to a $20,000 grant one time per provider. They would fill out a grant application. We could use Aspen Community Foundation as our administrator again, create a little grant review committee, make sure everybody meets the requirements, and then try and get some money out the door for some of these needs so that folks can do that work this summer. So the total program cost for this could be around $200,000 if the board's interested. To me, it meets a gap, right? So there's a whole lot of challenges with the childcare system right now, and we are trying to address the staffing challenge. The other challenge is that staff come into these spaces that are really hard to run a program in, to work in, because they're not kept up that well, they're not maintained, and it's pulling on budgets to pay staff more, to subsidize tuition, to pull out of this. So to me, this could really fill a nice little niche gap, and it's not a huge amount of money that I think we could have a pretty big impact with. When I ran some of these numbers by childcare providers, their eyes got really big and they said, wow, we could actually do all the doors and windows in one go instead of having to do one door this summer and one door next summer. That's kind of the way they're looking at it right now, because it's maybe $1,000 or $2,000 they can give in a season out of their budget. So that's why this has come up as the #1 staff recommendation of how we might spend some of our additional ARPA money. I kind of want to run through the others and then we can have a discussion about what interests you all. So the other one, and we've talked about this for a while, we know that there are at least 3 large capital projects in the county that need funding. So Little Red Schoolhouse wants to remodel and expand. That's in the town of Snowmass Village. The city of Aspen wants to build the Burlingame Child Care Center out at Burlingame. That would be a new construction project. And then the town of Basalt is still looking to get a provider into the Stotts Mill Center and build that site out so that we can have some new classrooms in there. I am following every one of these projects and I'm involved at kind of varying degrees. For example, for Stotts Mill, I'm sitting on the RFP review committee with staff from Basalt so I can get a really good sense of what the cost needs are for these. And then we can assess that compared to the appropriateness and how we can spend our ARPA money. And if those feel like a good match, I'd love to bring those back to you all with some possible funding options. I think these are going to be high dollar amounts. We still have some ARPA money left over, but we will kind of have that conversation as we move forward. I don't think all 3 of these are going to be ready for funding in our timeline. So I think, it kind of just depends on where each of these are at and what the costs need to go to. Because ARPA money can't go towards things like architectural design, things like that. It needs to go towards kind of real construction costs. So I'm going to continue to assess.
Because we should never build anything without architectural
Right.
design.
Somebody else should pay for that.
Just build it.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm going to continue to see where the towns and the municipalities want to go and see where we can really help out. I do think there's a real potential with Stotts Mill, and I did want to share some exciting news. Between staff from Basalt and myself, we are participating in a design lab process right now. So it's put on by an organization called EPIC, which is a nonprofit organization out of the Front Range that supports child care centers. And EPIC is running a technical assistance design lab. So we get to sit through 6 to 8 sessions of expert advice to help the town of Basalt and myself kind of learn how we would build out future centers and what we as local governments can do to support high quality, staffed up, sustainable centers. And we're hoping that we can put those learnings towards Basalt's effort to get a provider into Stotts Mill. So I think the timing is right. There's funding out there, there's interest, and I think the partnerships are really key in this, but more to come on that one. And then the last way that we could potentially spend money for right now on childcare would be to increase the full stipend amount in 2025. So as a reminder, the current program plan is that we give $6,000 per year for full-time in 2023 and 2024. And then in the last year, 2025, we decrease that in half. We could expand the program and give the full amount in 2025. At current numbers, so Q1 numbers, it would add an additional $15,000 on top of the current budget, which is around $1.5 million for the stipend program. Seems pretty small. I would love to see what Q2 numbers come in at in the event that we got a provider who added 10 staff members, where we could be over 100 staff members. It might add an additional, we could be going more up and up. So I don't want to guarantee that this would be the number, but I think that is one way we can talk in the future about potentially using these funds and really supporting the teachers. Personally, I'd love to get another quarter under our belt with a little bit more data before we make that decision, but I want the board to be aware of it. So how budget fits into all this. So we have 1.8 million of unassigned ARPA funds. If we're gonna stay at that 50-50 split between housing and childcare, we have about $150,000 left to spend on childcare. So we can't fund all the programs I just mentioned, unless we want to consider changing the makeup of housing versus childcare. And then I want to give a shout out to Lindsay Maish, who's on as well from Human Services. Human Services oversees the TANF funding, Temporary Assistance for Needy Families. I hope that's the right one. And there's a bit about it in your packet. But Lindsay and her team are exploring how we could use some of our TANF reserve funding to support childcare programs. So Lindsay's going to come back to you at budget season and talk in depth about what is TANF. There's some interesting ways we can use it. It's one of those funds where we can overspend and then buy back dollars at a very low rate. So Lindsay and her team have been thinking really creatively about how TANF might be able to support some of the board's goals around childcare. Lindsay, I didn't put a ton more in here, but I'd welcome you to chime in, unless you're good, but.
Oh, you did great. Yep, that's good. Unless there's any questions, happy to answer them.
Okay, let's open it up to questions. Anybody? Patty?
I don't have any questions. I just have huge support.
Okay.
I think the two discussion items, allowing them a grant opportunity for improvements. We did see some carpet, some paint. That maybe the new infant center can use a buggy, multiple seat buggy. So those kids can go out and cruise North 40 on beautiful summer days coming up. I think that would be, but I don't know if they specifically want one, but that was my thought when we were there. So I definitely would support that. I think it's a great idea. And thank you. Hopefully you'll be on board with that and helping us to administer something like that. And I think we've been talking about looking at other, be it TANF or be it Greg's thing about maybe there's some donors we can, some philanthropy we can get out there to help support this. And I would like to continue to look at the full funding in year 3.
Okay. Before, I just wanted to draw your attention, the slide has kind of our discussion for today, which is, the main question is, do you all support moving forward with building out this one-time maintenance program? We could build it out, we could run some numbers by you fairly quickly. It seems pretty basic, I won't call
Questions?
anything easy.
kinda
And then I
beat you to
did
the
just
punch on that.
put out the bullet points for what we're
Great.
gonna come back to you all on.
Let's talk about it. Steve?
So I do like the idea of the one-time maintenance thing. When you mentioned some of them wanting to put in new windows and new doors, the light bulb went on in my head that would really be a cost-effective way to save them money month after month in utility bills. Perhaps for all of the centers, maybe should have an energy audit done of their space as one part of this process, and plug the leaks if they need new doors or windows, have that be part and maybe more than just one facility could
Yeah.
benefit from that. And that could save them money on their monthly budget for, forever. And that would be really a cost-effective way that we could leverage what money we have available.
That's a
But
really good idea.
I like the 20,000 per child care center, especially if some of them, I guess I would sort of prioritize it if they could do energy saving things to be more energy efficient and save money on their utility bills, or if they could expand their space a little bit to take on more kids. I would make those top 2 priorities, and then the other things, just making it nicer and doing deferred maintenance kind of things. I would put that, I wouldn't ace them out, but maybe they don't get quite as much money for that or something, but
Yeah.
That's what I would do.
You know, we could bring not only CORE in on that, but, but the weatherization program with Northwest Cog. I don't know if, how expansive that program is, but it might be another opportunity for funding assistance. Because when you talk about doing windows, there's a permitting process tacked onto that. So that might be something that we can help with too. But Steve, that's a good idea.
Kelly, any comment?
Yeah, I've always thought that this money should move quickly. So I think that's what it was intended for. So I would support the maintenance, and I don't want to restrict funds from anyone for specific things that they want to do. I mean, I definitely think it'd be great if, maybe a consult with CORE or something like that, about how they could improve that. But I would like them to do the upgrades that they need to do, and have identified.
I think I agree what Steve said, what I was going to say regarding, I think if they come with a proposal, bring CORE in to help them determine what they can do to save energy, I'm all for that. I think I have a little bit of a trouble. I feel like we're straying from the original intent, which to me was to get stipends to teachers. So I would probably support doing that option instead, but I'd love to hear what they think they want to do, and maybe there's some other fundraising that can be done. Certainly reaching out to CORE and others, but I'd rather see that money go to the teachers. Making sure you have enough staff, that they have enough staff to make the wheels go. Because I'm worried, because if you go and you offer somebody money, hey, if we were to give you $20,000, could you find something to do with it? And of course they're all going to say, yeah, we'd love to put in a new carpet and a window over there and to get a new baby carriage. And it's like, yeah, of course everyone's going to say that. But I think that it strays a little bit for me. And I'm also wondering, do you have the resources and energy to monitor and put the guardrails on it so we know where the money is being spent? And if is it being spent well? Are they hiring a contractor, or are they having the parents come in and do it on a weekend? Like, there are many ways to do things like that. So it seems like it complicates things, and I think it deviates from our original plan, which was to get money in the hands of the people that are commuting up here to do the work. So that would be my priority. Regarding upgrades and leaky windows, yes, CORE should be involved in that, and maybe CORE would find money as well. So that would be my perspective. I'm a little nervous about saying, here's a grant to do, what's your dream for your child care center? Because everybody's going to have one. And I think it would be great, but do we really have the cash to throw around like that?
Yeah, thank you. The reason I think I do think the staff stipend program still remains that's why it's the first thing we did with our money. This is definitely the second priority because of how it impacts staff, and that's what we heard when we visited.
That's what I was going to say.
They said, we don't have a break room. We don't have a space to take a break. A lot of these things influence the quality of life, their desire to go to work, their ability to stay healthy and then be in the classroom. And so I think we did hear, like, the place that needs new doors and windows is actually because they're not bear-proof. And staff are coming in the morning and having to clean up a huge mess because bears are getting into all sorts of stuff. And so they're having to get there even earlier than they would normally to clean up the bear
You're telling me that
nest.
this happens more than once to the same
This has
place?
happened more than once.
Okay.
So
we've got other fundamental problems here.
Yeah, it's those darn bears wanting to go to school.
But I do think, so I think that keeping that lens in mind when looking at these, it's definitely not hey, tell us your wish list, and we could even consider reducing the total amount that's available. Maybe it's a $10,000 grant, which then speaks to the things you absolutely need. But the reason I bring it to you is because it's the number one thing I heard when we visited the centers, was they said it would just be like, they're spending as much money as they can to pay their staff, but they're having to take away from that to do some basic maintenance. So, and we're already paying their staff, $6,000 a year for the next 2 years. So and I'm hopeful we can do both. So I'm hopeful we can increase the 2025 amount to the full amount and consider a capital program.
I'm wondering if we
just
could
need to see.
perhaps do it as a matching fund. I'd feel more comfortable if our funds went toward, we'll match if they have to raise 20,000 to do something, maybe we're good for half of that, and then they're gonna have to go find the rest.
Can I reply to that? Just
You
as a-
can, sure,
okay.
but I just wanna finish.
Okay, so-
You know, everybody has a hard life and it's hard work, you know, and there's endless needs. And so I'm just concerned that, you know, it'd be great to be able to just, to do this everywhere, but I feel a need for guardrails. Thank you.
I mean, I guess I would say that in my experience, the child care centers are not shy about asking for family participation in these
Okay,
solutions.
that's
You
good
know,
to know.
building playgrounds and moving sand to sandboxes and sanding fences and painting things, and all just projects that my family has personally, been asked to do. And many of these programs do or have had in the past like their own fundraising efforts related to trying to raise money from parents in the community for the school. And you know, just some of the experience with that is that families are paying so much money already for childcare that many of them do work hard to try and fundraise excess for the school, but it's tasking. And it's taxing, and it's taxing for the teachers and the schools to try and cultivate those fundraising programs. So it doesn't, you know, it may be a situation where like this is more than it's worth for us. Like we'll
Right.
just do a window a year if we have to then, instead of having to then come up with a $20,000 fundraiser, because it's really difficult for them to do that. Has been my observations.
Patty?
And I mean, I would just say, you know, this is federal money that we are passing through for, you know, the purposes of really trying to do community support for those most impacted by the pandemic. And these schools, you know, had loss through the pandemic, and we're lucky they stayed open, frankly. So I see this as trying to sort of patch some of that gap of losses in the past.
Thank you. Okay. Patty?
Yeah, and I think if we do a program, which I'm hoping we will do for these small grants, and we'll run it through with your guardrails through the Community Foundation, and we'll have oversight there. But yeah, and Ashley's right. That's what we heard. One of the centers, the carpet is, and you can vacuum it all you want, but you know you have to spend time on the ground with these kids, and it definitely is a need. Small amount of space of carpet, but something they've had to put off because of the impacts of COVID and just trying to keep staff. So I think that there are some appropriate, not just here's money, go spend it, but you know we'll have to have the vetting something, you know, system set up in order to make sure that you know it's not just it. And I don't think anybody would take this money and just do something frivolous. They have needs, be it a simple new doorknob that's bear-proof. And those things. And I know we have a member of our staff who has spent time at his children's child care facility putting on new doorknobs. And
Great.
and he, you know, so I think, and Kelly's right, you know, when we used to do the old bake sales when my kids were at preschool, you know, and but a lot of parents don't have time to bake. So, and you couldn't bring store-bought cookies to the bake sale, you know, and your kids would figure that one out in a heartbeat. But yeah, but I think there's a way we can do both and keep those guardrails up, Greg, because I appreciate that. You know, we still need to manage the funds, even though they are federal. We still need to have responsibility for where they go.
Anything else, Steve? Okay. All right.
I do have a question
Yeah.
about the housing. I mean, if we spend 200,000.
Is your mic on?
If we spend 200,000 on this, then that reduces the, it'd be like 1.4676
So
left for housing, which is not gonna go that,
No, that's different.
or is that different?
So if you all decide, and we would come back to you with here's the program design, ACF can tell you how they'll monitor it, here's the grant application, the requirements. If we did that up to $200,000, that would still leave $1,676,000 the number on the screen.
1.67631.
1.6 million available of your ARPA funding to spend however the board chooses. I am happy to come back and talk about housing projects. John, I look to you on when the
Okay, I
timing would
see.
be with our ballot initiative and all that. Just a heads up on that, we've been looking for housing projects to spend ARPA money on, and the fit is gonna be really challenging. It's a small enough amount of money that doesn't go very far in the housing world. And when you stack on ARPA guidelines and how quickly it needs to be spent and on what it can be spent on, the options are pretty limited on how we can spend housing funding. So we can chat about that in more detail, but that's just a preview of, we may be in a situation where we're having a hard time spending this money on housing, in which case the board could consider if you want to spend more than 50% of it on childcare. And I think when we bring back the capital infrastructure projects, Little Red Schoolhouse, Stotts Mill, that sort of thing, we could also consider, compare that to what's viable in the housing space.
And then thinking of the Stotts Mill one, which is the furthest down valley, if we put a bunch of money into supporting that to catch kids down valley, and the workers who are living in their lower cost housing down valley commuting to Basalt rather than up here would appeal to a lot of the workers and simplify their lives and really improve their quality of life if they don't have to spend so much time commuting. That could be a good place to spend a bulk of our capital funding on the Stotts Mill. So just a thought to keep in mind. Depends on how much each project needs and what their other funding sources are, of course.
Yeah. So what I'm hearing is I would like to come back to you relatively quickly with a build out of the one-time maintenance grant. And then you'll hear from Human Services and Lindsay and her team on TANF funds and how we can use those during budget preparations for the 2024 budget. When I have information on the capital infrastructure projects, I'll bring that back to you. I'm hoping that's this summer sometime. Once we have put out Q2 disbursements for the staff stipend program, Valerie and I can run some numbers and understand if we're trending in the right direction, that we could afford the full stipend amount in 2025 and what that amount might be. And then I'll chat with John about when we think we have some housing projects, or potentially lack thereof, to have that deeper dive housing conversation. And I think those are kind of future discussions, next steps as I'm hearing it.
That sounds right. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. I certainly support the TANF fund effort. Infrastructure with, a real understanding of where it's going and how can it be done. I still love seeing the community effort beyond our money going in, so I would still support a match, but bring it back and show it to us, and maybe I'll feel more comfortable when I actually see what people really want to do.
Just a little bug as you guys are thinking through this, but for Upper Valley projects in particular, I'm wondering if there is an opportunity for some synergy with the school district and more after-school programming. Because I think that there is less of that available up here than when you get Mid-Valley and down. It's just more of an issue. So it's something I would just flag to see if there's any opportunity for kind of synergy on both those problems.
Thank you. I know we both have experienced that firsthand.
Yeah.
That is one of the things Lindsay and I have been talking about for potential TANF funding, is how can we support after-school care, holiday care, and summer care, because those are kind of the big gaps we know when child care centers and other programs are typically closed. And right now the county does use TANF funding to support the Aspen Youth Center, so we have a precedent for using the money in that way. So we're using this summer to explore if there are even providers who could expand their services. And then if so, what sort of funding they would need to do that. But it's definitely on my mind. So we'll keep that going.
Yeah, I was dealing with that 38 years ago. After-school programs, summer programs, teacher days off, spring breaks, yeah.
Lindsay, did you want to add something to that?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify a few things that TANF, as you may or may not know, there's a certain amount of our fund balance that can be used specifically for kind of capital and staff for childcare centers. And the reason that they don't allow TANF to pay for childcare centers that are currently running is because we have CCAP, the Child Care Assistance Program. So it would be duplicative if we had both paying for similar things. So in the places for TANF where we can be really creative, Ashley was starting to speak about this, but it's for programs that aren't necessarily a child care provider. So it is that kind of after school programming possibly, or summer camps. We're looking, as she said, we do support the Aspen Youth Center. We're looking to create a contract with Aspen Family Connections. So we're just looking to expand that, but just wanted to clarify kind of the reasons we can't use TANF for child care purposes.
Okay, thanks, Lindsay. Glad you're here.
Yep.
So what do you need from us today,
That
other
is
than
it.
that?
I will come back as soon as I can with some more ideas. And
Good
I wanna
idea. Good
thank-
idea.
I want to thank Aspen Community Foundation and Valerie for coming up and being here in person. And it's just been great to have a third-party administrative arm to help the county roll some of this out. And I think it really legitimizes it, makes our job a bit easier, and helps us build relationships with childcare providers. So Valerie was able to be at all of the site visits with us and can
Yes,
just
fun.
deal with all the back and forth around checks and W-2s and all of that, which has been really great. So thank you.
Great.
Happy to do it.
The only last thought I had, and thanks again, Valerie, thank you for being here. The last thought I had is just this place, if a bear is breaking into it regularly, which I hope that's not really the case, but if it is, they need more help than we're going to give them today. They need somebody else to come help them.
We'll get it figured out.
Okay. I could just imagine showing up every morning to the same as Groundhog Day. It's, Bear Day. Oh,
Like the moose at Wildwood.
Can we use
Keep
TANF
that
funds for bear cages and bear traps and bear?
yeah, terrifying them. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Thanks.
The bear traps could come in handy for kids who are
I
being a
know.
problem. Put the kid in
Multiple
there.
purpose bear traps.
Okay, we are actually ahead of schedule. Wow. Are you sure you want to leave already?
You're
Guys?
welcome. Yeah.
Well, we could take a 19-minute
I
break.
think I'd rather get Marcy up here.
We could do future agendas while I'm here.
Well, if Marcy's here, why don't we just do the next thing? Is that
Is-
okay?
Is Carrie on
Are you
now?
ready?
Okay.
All right, come on down. We're going to talk about the Pitkin County website update,
Can't wait.
overview, with feedback from the commissioners.
Yes, it's very exciting.
Uh-huh.
Let's
Very
see.
exciting. Exciting. I was going to use a word that started with E and then X, but then it wasn't exciting. It was exasperating if I'm trying to figure out how to get the agenda.
Oh, thank you. I spent way too much time this weekend doing the same thing.
I get
Thinking
lost.
about all of you the whole time. I was upstairs in the dark, practically, literally in the dark.
And you're going to go through the why as well as the what?
Yes.
Okay.
So, there are two things I think that you all have in mind, two separate
Oh,
efforts.
two separate, okay.
The one that I'm presenting about today is a refresh of pitkincounty.com, which is Civic Plus. The other system that was recently changed, and which is why I invited a few of our IT folks down, is an update of Civic Clerk. So if you would entertain my update of pitkincounty.com, which is Civic Plus, our front-facing website for the public. And I know you've got questions too about the Civic Clerk update, which is the agendas and all of that. So I'll go through this quickly, and hopefully you can hear me.
You know she was sneaking up behind you.
I could feel it. So yeah, about, gosh, I'm not sure how many months ago it was. I think at the end of August was when we decided to go ahead and take advantage of an updated design of pitkincounty.com, which is offered by Civic Plus, our platform, the contractor that we work with for the website, for maintenance of the website. And they offer it intermittently for free. And so we were probably past due to get a redesign of the website. The last time we did any major design work was in 2014 when pitkincounty.com was established. And industry standards, you're supposed to redesign your website every 2 to 3 years. So we were behind the mark just a little bit. So we went ahead and got going on taking advantage of this free service from Civic Plus. Community relations, along with IT, sort of led the effort, but we also recruited power users or folks from across the organization who edit their pages and update their pages on the back end of the website. So we brought everybody together, and throughout a number of months there was a lot of feedback that we gathered from the various departments across the county that went into this redesign of pitkincounty.com. And I should mention that it will launch on Friday. So there will be a new look. This is part of my reason for coming to you. If you do go to pitkincounty.com on Friday, you will see what looks like a new website. It is not a new website, but the homepage is primarily the place that is getting an overhaul. All of the interior pages or department pages, the content on those pages will stay the same. We did adjust what's called the global navigation menu at the very top of the website, which appears on all of the pages across the website, to reduce some redundancies in that area and just streamline it and make it easier for the public to use. So, yes, so here's what's new, the homepage. And I'll share my screen so that you can see the new homepage and we can kind of walk through it together. But you'll see when I share the screen that there are additional opportunities to show off content from the county. There's a calendar module which will showcase the BOCC meetings and other community meetings as well as events. There's also more opportunities to place county news and information on buttons. We currently have a set of buttons on our homepage, but there's additional opportunities there on the new homepage. There's also a news module on the new homepage. Again, just opportunities to kind of show off what we're doing here at the county. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and show you the new homepage. Let's see how I do this.
What was that?
I don't know.
We peered into the matrix there.
Marcy disappearing into the distance.
Sorry. I don't know if you've
I
noticed
didn't realize
the
we were going to
snow
dump up
picked
snow
up outside.
today, right this
Yeah,
moment.
Big one. It's back. We're not talking about us. We're talking about somewhere up above us, I hope.
Okay, so here it is,
I'm
the
not
new homepage.
impressed.
And the colors that you'll see on this homepage are the values colors that are on posters. Right there, like back there. We're encouraging departments to utilize those values colors in some of their marketing efforts, trying to create some more consistency in look in what we're doing externally across the county. So those are the colors that are reflected in this new redesign. So,
Almost black and white. Is that what we're talking about?
well, you'll see as I go down,
Okay.
the blue.
Is that snow coming out the side of that truck? What is?
this
Plow
this,
truck.
It's not the new-
I know, is it a plow? I mean, I'm
So
like,
we're gonna
what is that?
So I should say this homepage is still in process.
Okay.
We're working on perfecting it ahead of the launch on Friday. I think we're going to swap out this banner image at the top. We do have the opportunity to put a video in that spot if we wanted, like a, aerial drone footage or something like that. But we have a lot of beauty shots too from from Abby on our team, who's done a lot of great photography, but also open space and trails. So I think we'll slip in, one of our beautiful Pitkin County shots in that banner image space. So down
Gas
here,
leak at the trailer court. Somebody ran over a gas meter. Sorry. I'm
oh,
like-
that's okay. Okay.
No, yeah, I'm not going anywhere. Yeah.
We could put that on the website. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll run through this quickly. So we've got these buttons at the top, which sort of react to when you hover your cursor over them. And a lot of these buttons are what you currently see on the existing homepage. And then, like I mentioned, there's this meetings and events, this calendar module that you can switch back and forth between meetings and events. And again, this is still in draft form. As we update the meetings, Civic Clerk, which does the agenda setting, is going to eventually be sort of talking to this calendar module and updating it automatically with the BOCC meetings. And then you scroll down, and we've got this little outdoorsy scene. Again, more opportunities to kind of show off what the county is doing with this popular resources section, and that really cool cursor hover action where the mountains come in like that. And then finally this county news section, which pulls from our news flash categories, which includes press releases and public service announcements and blog posts and that kind of thing. So I think that's about it. And we worked on updating the footer, which appears universally across the website on all the pages. So we worked on kind of making sure that, when we looked at the analytics of the website and what pages people were visiting most, that helped inform what would be on the homepage, but also we gathered some input from the website advisory committee that I mentioned previously, of folks across the county. And I think that's about it. And again, the interior pages will change very little. They will have a different color that sort of matches this homepage, so there's consistency. But for the most part, the interior pages will stay the same and the content on them. And I'm trying to think. Civic Plus, just a little context. The platform and the agency that we work with on the website, it's created specifically for local governments. So the city of Aspen uses it, Jefferson County, city of Montrose, many others. This platform is built specifically for local governments, partially because of that civic clerk function and the agenda creation and all of that. And I guess I would end by saying, we're really, with this redesign, we're working to bring it up to modern design standards, make it easier for the public to use, and sort of create that brand consistency across the organization. I think that covers it.
Greg?
Okay, Patty?
Yeah, so once this is up and running, how difficult, or how easy, should I say, how easy is it if you get feedback and comments from people who actually use the site, say this works great, this is a glitch? How easy is it then to adapt, readapt, retune it, refine it?
Retune it, yeah.
Retune
That's a good
it.
way to a good verb. So Abby on my team, she will be our homepage editor, and she'll be in charge of consistently updating this homepage. It's very easy. We all know we've learned from Civic Plus in the last month or so how to update the various parts of the homepage. So, yeah.
Because I think it's important that, you know, we come up with these great ideas, but we aren't well, I'm not going to speak for me, I'm going to speak for you guys, actually the users of those sites. And so then when we hear from people who actually use it, it may be like wonderful, or it may not be so wonderful.
Absolutely, and I should have mentioned too, part of this whole exercise was visiting with our power users to take a look at their pages and increase the accessibility, the website accessibility on the pages.
For the not power user.
Right.
Not so power user.
But those, you know, that could be an example of maybe something we hear from the public, that, you know, this particular page is hard to read if there's a visual impairment or something like that.
Great.
So
Perfect.
So yes, we welcome that kind of feedback for sure.
And then I think I have a broader discussion about accessing agenda packets, but I'll let, I think Greg might have.
Well, we talked about it a little bit earlier. Kelly,
I just wonder, are you able in this demo to like click to like the assessor's office and show us what it'll?
Yes, it's going to take a moment here, but I can. I'm going to stop.
Look at this
sharing
weather
for a
out
sec.
there.
I know, I'm over it.
I know.
I mean, if the ski slope was still open, I'd be like, cool, let's go.
You know, I was thinking, did I close my sunroof? You know, I had my.
yeah, leave the windows open.
This is calving season.
Oh, I
on
saw the
ranch-
babies
on
down valley.
ranches.
Oh my God, they're so
And
tiny.
this is so, like,
Training for a
brings
run,
back
and
so
this
many
is not
memories.
Being out there in the.
Why I'm glad we're not calving anymore.
You really want us to go back to bed?
No. No, I saw some down valley by Cattle Creek, and these little babies out in the field. Oh my God, they're so cute. They can hardly get up.
Oh, I've got to check mine. I've got to check my
What's
sump
that?
in my basement.
Oh, you
Yeah.
did?
Yeah, mine failed
Okay,
one year
thank
and
you.
it flooded the lowest bedroom.
I found it.
So, but I think this
Yeah.
is a good idea to go check it.
Okay, here we go. Thank you for your patience.
No, I appreciate it, because then I'll know what to expect when I click around.
If you're in the right place or not.
Yeah.
Okay. So, here's the assessor's office page. So, like I said, there's that new color scheme that you see, a different font, and like I mentioned previously, the footer is down here. You can see that across the website, but also those buttons that we saw at the top of the homepage, those are also going to be seen now universally on every page across the website, which is different from before. So,
And those buttons change based on like hot topic. I mean, some of them are the same and some of them change. Yeah.
yeah, and you know, that's again why we need sort of an editor devoted to updating that homepage and making sure we're showing off, you know,
Sure.
it's this page.
No one wants to
is-
see COVID-19, you know.
Sorry, John, we're taking you off.
updates anymore.
Taking you off that homepage.
Yeah. Okay, this looks nice. Thank you.
Yeah.
I guess my concern is that, yeah, I'd certainly love to compare it to what we've already got and see if it's really an improvement. I'll take me a while to understand if it is, or at least from my perspective, if it's easier to navigate, things are easier to see. And then if, as somebody has just pointed out, like you go on the website, somehow maybe Google has the names of former commissioners and former board members and things that we can't seem to get rid of. So if somebody's looking for something, they may find information like Kathy Chandler is still the librarian, according to my Google search the other I did last week. It's like, how can we change it? It just seems like are we cleaning it up, or is it really improving it, and is it going to be easier for people to use? So I think Patty already asked the question, but
Yeah.
you know.
Well, and the IT team and community relations does not have the capacity to, you know, to continually make sure every single page on our website is updated, which is why we also did some training with that website advisory committee, those power users, as part of this exercise. We are working to empower those editors, those back-end folks who update the pages, to make sure that the most accurate information is on those pages, and that they're being continually updated. So
Maybe departments should have that in their purview, is that if your department is featured on the website, you ought to be checking it occasionally to make sure it's up to date. Just so, I'm thinking, wait a minute, I'm a commissioner, and sometimes I get lost trying to find somebody, and I call them up, and it's like, oh, no, they're gone, and it's somebody else. So I guess we can't expect it to be real-time updated, but,
sure.
Trying to get each department to look over their own stuff might, at least they'll know what the problem is, whether they can fix it or not. But then they've got your crew to get a hold of.
Right, exactly. Yeah, that's kind of how we've fashioned the way it all goes. But my hope is that this website committee continues to meet after the new redesign launches, because I think we've got a lot of things, and I'm sure IT would agree, that we could discuss in terms of sort of our digital ecosystem and how to make improvements.
Which is it just seems like it's always getting bigger and more complicated, which, it's inherent problems introduced, harder to ferret them out. So good luck.
Thanks,
I look forward to seeing it. Yeah, thank you all. Anything else from anybody else? Steve?
Well, I was going to say, in navigating around it, I've been lost minutes or hours or weeks or however long it is trying to find something on the website. Something like even the little bit of a change on finding our packets for our meetings is simpler just in the last couple of weeks.
Simpler?
It's gotten easier for you.
Yeah, you're
Good.
going to have to show me where you're going, because I'm obviously going the wrong place.
So that just points it out that once you figure out your little navigation to get where you want, it's easy. You think, oh, this is easy, but then it takes us forever to figure out how to get somewhere or to find some
Oh,
resource.
there's our world traveler.
So I hope that this is better, and maybe we all, as commissioners, need to have a class on navigating through the
Well, there's a
county
video.
website.
There's a video on the new site that we've been using.
Sorry,
So I think
Creeping over here.
watching the video definitely helped me
It's okay.
with the navigation of what we're talking about, finding agendas and things like that. It definitely did help.
Hey, stop, you're okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Francie,
Okay, lay down.
Hi, everyone.
Down.
you want your job back?
Down.
Sure, as soon as I sit down.
Down.
Yeah, and I know Jeremy, well, this entire team, they work so hard to make sure that people
Stop.
can navigate through those problems they encounter, so.
I don't want to be ageist here, but I was going to say, I would suggest you find the oldest person you can to go and try to navigate it, because I find as I'm aging, I'm having more trouble doing the things that were so easy when I was younger. So you guys are like, oh yeah, you just do this, that, and I'm in there like completely flummoxed. So
Flummoxed?
it might be an age thing, or it just could be hypoxia. I don't know, but just want to point that out. That run it by somebody who may not be as flash as you are.
Like me.
Like Patty, yeah, Patty's I'm talking about Patty here.
He was trying to be nice, but he said
Not
the
about myself.
the oldest person you can find.
Now, what you say is, a friend of mine wants to know how to.
Steve Child asked me to find out how to do this one. So can I get to the elephant in the room? How the system we had for accessing our agendas so I could print them out was so easy. It took me no time. I could just click on which attachment I wanted, which AIS I wanted to print. Bingo, it was done. It took me a long time this weekend. I had to go through page by page. There was no easy access to hit the little blue bar and print. So is there an avenue? And I don't do Chrome. I want to just go. I was going to the PCIN site, clicking on agendas. It was right there at my fingertips. I could do it. It was easy as pie. Was it a system that worked? It wasn't broken, and now I am frustrated. And I'm still going to print out my agendas. I'm not doing an iPad in front of me with the screen, John, sorry. But I need
I
to.
was just going to mention that, Patty.
I know you were. I could see you going towards that button. I need to find out how I can access what I need in an efficient, quick, non-frustrating manner.
Well, why don't we can take that offline and look at the system, because I
Okay.
think what I heard you ask was, is there a way for us to link the individual agenda items basically so that you can get to those if you want to
Yeah.
print them off
The
versus
other system works
linking
so
to the whole-
easy. Kelly might have a secret.
Well, yeah, is board view the same? I don't log into board view on my Apple, but I do normally on my work computer. Do you know?
Slightly different, yeah, I think.
Well, you have to come to a mic.
I was just going to say, if we
Because
establish.
board view
yeah.
is like a web that does show each individual agenda item.
Can
and
you click
just
on it and
go
print?
in- Yeah. So that's how I normally.
I don't even
access
know
it.
what
so
that
whenever
site
you guys
is.
are like page 270, I'm like, whatever. I'm on board view.
What we
you know?
have here,
I-
we
see,
have
I've never
some
used
Luddites
board view.
here.
Yeah,
If you
so
get
I
the
wonder if
Luddite
that
seal of
might be-
approval, you've succeeded.
Yeah, I think, Patty, what we
thing.
should do is we should schedule some time, and I can just come
In
up
my
with,
in my schedule.
yeah. Yeah, just-
Schedule some time in my schedule.
yeah, right, yeah. And-
You can
and
find
just-
your schedule online. Just go.
That'll
we can
take
sit
me a
down and we
couple
can
weeks.
set up
So
a process that's going
Okay.
to work best for you.
okay, but I'm not. It needs to be good for anybody, not just somebody who can come in and sit for a class, because the public needs to be able to do that. That is a broader, bigger concern for me. I can come down to you guys every day. I'm in the office and drive you nuts. I don't think you want all the members of the public to do that.
Yeah.
So let's talk about it.
And what I heard your big ask is, Patty, is to be able to click on individual agenda items.
Yeah, without having to scroll through
We can
486
we can
pages
take a
of
look at
agenda.
yeah,
I-
we can take a look.
And
at
I think the public would want to do that. I mean, if I'm just interested in the jail, like I just want to go to the jail.
And just
you know,
hit
topic.
print and it
Yeah.
prints. Yeah,
So what I
I
do
want to do.
every Friday or Saturday, I print out the agendas and then I go through the whole thing and I write down the page number where that individual item is written right there. That could be another way to do it, just on the agenda, put the page number where that item starts.
That would make it.
Well, then I
get
had to
us there
scroll
quicker.
through 486
No,
pages.
no, you don't have to scroll, the
Enter.
little
Number in at the top.
10 out of 82, you just put in the number, you change
Yeah,
the
I had to
10
have, I had 8 and 9, then I had 11 and 13 to 13, and then I had 242
Yeah.
to 248.
We all need some training.
all the tools are built to have different ways to use them, and so we'll.
So let's put in a Patty tool. Good idea.
Patty seal of approval.
Yeah, okay, we'll work on it. I just want to make sure that I only have one meeting next week. It shouldn't be, I think I can handle that, but this one was a huge packet.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I'm going to hand this back over to Francie now that she's here.
Good luck,
Okay.
Hi, Francie, how was your travels?
Snowy.
Did you come over McClure?
Yeah, we came over McClure's, we came over 92 up past the Curacanti, the Blue Mesa Reservoir, and through all those beautiful trees, and we were in the clouds, and it was snowing. And the visibility was interesting. Coming back from Crested Butte to Gunnison last night, zero visibility. Like, it was intense, but it was good. So, so I missed your demonstration of the website, so I'll have to catch up with you at some point.
That sounds good.
So
All
are
right.
there more questions for Marcy?
I'll set up time.
Thank you.
I'll maybe even bring cookies. Dog cookies.
Thank you.
Thanks, Marcy.
Thank you, Marcy.
Yes, thank you.
So are we at future agendas?
Yeah, we're at future agendas. Thank you. So just one item to revisit to make sure that we're on the same page. And Patty, this is a little bit making sure that you're on the same page too. So June 6th, we had talked about doing our first joint P&Z meeting. That meeting would actually be scheduled for 2 hours and would be the presentation from the Community Growth Committee. So a joint presentation to both bodies. It's kind of that first joint. And then they'd switch to hour-long, more joint meetings going forward.
we're gonna do the whole presentation from the advisory board to P and Z and us in 2 hours?
I
That
think
is
so.
Amazing.
What day is that? Sorry.
June 6th. And so there's 2 joint meetings that day. That'll be a big board and commission day. So you have open space and trails as well as joint meeting.
Is that
with
a regular
planning
work
commission.
session day?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It should be a regular
Yeah.
work session day, yeah. Sorry, I got regular meetings stuck in my head. It's like, no. it's
Regular
not.
work session
Yeah.
day.
Yeah, it's on a
Trying to
Tuesday.
catch you there.
So I just wanted to double check and make sure before we got all those folks lined up.
I have no idea when June 6th is, let alone what I'm doing.
It's in the first week of June. It's a Tuesday.
Thank you, Greg. Is it in the website?
It's on the website.
I appreciate
It's the
knowing that.
first
Thank you.
Tuesday
Yeah,
in
thanks.
June.
All right, that's all I have on future agendas.
I have,
Okay, Patty?
yeah, John, on the regular meeting date on the 10th of May, there is an item, number 10. It's an ordinance about penalty assessments change from Class 2 petty offenses to civil infractions. It says it's a second reading. Do you know when we did a first reading on that? It doesn't ring any bells for me.
I'll have to look.
Yeah.
I'm not.
It's a Rye Neely agenda item. We might have done it. I don't think I missed a regular meeting though, but.
Well, Rye was forward with code changes, but let me double
Okay,
check.
it's scheduled for May 10th for the second reading. Can I just bring up these other 2 things real quick, because Francie, I won't be here for open discussion. On May 11th, we have an airport open house. I didn't know if the board, were you gonna bring that up, John?
Go ahead.
Yeah, there's an airport open house. It runs for most of the afternoon into the early evening, I believe. And I didn't know, I just heard it today at the ACRA meeting from Dan Bartholomew. I think it's an opportunity. It's when the airport is closed, so we're gonna invite the public to come out and do special tours of the runway, of the behind the scenes, everything. So, I think, I'm hoping to be able to attend. So I think we need to bring more information back for the board and get it on our agendas.
What time is that?
It's kind of all day. I don't have the specifics, but
Pulling it up right now. Give me
It's also the
just a
Board of
sec.
Health retreat that day.
yeah. And then the
And
other thing
Rwapa Summit.
that I think the board might be interested in, I want to give you guys a heads up because these tickets go quickly. The ACRA Food and Wine Luncheon, which is usually a great event. They bring in a chef who prepares a meal. If the lunch is amazing, the tickets are going to go on sale soon. If anybody, let Charlotte know, and I'll give her the website and stuff. She always gets me a ticket, but I don't know if anybody else. It's really a great event. So I want to make sure that we're ahead of.
What's the date?
It's Food and Wine is like the middle of June. So as soon as I get they're going to be ACRA is sending out the information more specific. But it's really fun.
You know, I have never once in my life been to any food and wine
We got to get you there.
event ever. So maybe this is the year I should
They
do
usually
that.
they have it usually at the Hotel Jerome, and they have the stage set up for the chef, and they have it's usually sponsored by Wines from Spain, and they have the Vinters from Spain here. And they do some community awards, and it's a really fun event. John loves it because we sit him at a table with people he doesn't know, and he has no idea what to say, so he just eats the whole time.
Well, I was a presenter for many years, and I am so glad not to be a presenter at Food and Wine anymore.
It's crazy. I do the plants with Mount Greenery. It's
It
nuts.
was intense.
So I'll let you guys know. I just want to give you a heads up. As soon as I have more details, I'll get it out to you, and then we'll have Charlotte get us tickets.
And then on the airport open house, we have an afternoon session from 12 to 2, which is kind of going through, it's an informational session for the public. We have airport tours going from 2:30 to 4, and then evening sessions, again, the informational open house sessions from 4:30 to 6:30 again, and that's
date?
all on May 11th.
Is that on May 11th?
Thank you, John.
Was that May 11th?
May 11th.
Yeah,
so,
I'm sorry. So May 11th, 2023, and
So we have Charlotte just notice that
Yeah.
so we can all come and go?
okay.
So that's the same day as the Watershed Summit at 3rd Street Center.
Right, yeah, it's a busy day.
And it's the same day that I might be going to Aztec, New Mexico for a bluegrass festival.
Well, you can swing by the airport on your way to either one of those.
Okay, I'm caught up now.
And then the only other thing I'd mention, I don't know if it's a future agenda item so much, but tomorrow through Friday, I'll be attending the Colorado City and County Managers Association conference down in Glenwood. So Phyllis will be filling in tomorrow and doing a small presentation on Thursday. And then next week, I'll be working remotely mostly because my dad's coming home from a nursing facility and just want to make sure that he has some support there. So just to let you all know that.
And has 12:55 come up on the Senate schedule yet? I still haven't seen
I
it. I
have
looked
not
this
seen
morning.
it yet
Haven't seen
either.
it. Okay.
I'll check and see if I got any email on it, but I think we'd hear pretty quickly. But I'm thinking at this point, the testimony will probably fall next week, Tuesday or Thursday.
Seems
And
like
I'll
it.
be over on the Front Range,
There
so
you
it'll
go.
be easy to pop up there and support.
I mean, I have to drive over by myself.
Sorry.
I'll be all right.
Maybe I'll go with you depending on the day.
Yeah. Are you going to CCI?
No.
Are you going to CCI this week?
Not in person. I'll be Zooming.
Okay. So, are we due for a break? Does anybody else have future items?
Yeah, we can either do a
No, but I
break or
have
if you want to do open discussion and get that out of the way since we're running so far ahead and then
That's
take a
fine with
break.
me.
Yeah, let's do open discussion.
Okay.
And maybe we'll get you out of here early, maybe not. We'll see.
Yeah, I have to leave here shortly to get to
We're going to
Dummy.
move on to open discussion.
Okay, I'll hang for a bit.
Have a few items for open discussion with you. So Nordic Council is asking for a board rep. Previously, George Newman had done that for a number of years. We haven't appointed anyone to the Nordic Council to replace George. I don't know if there's any commissioner that might be interested in that.
I used
but-
to do that before George was doing it, so.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
I thought we decided because of some connection with open space and trails, we didn't need, there was
Oh.
something we discussed when we
Yeah,
were doing.
Gary, we were running ahead, so Gary may not
Yeah,
be
I remember
here for
the
this, but-
difficulty with me was that they were having their meetings the same day, same exact time as senior council on a third Wednesday afternoon, and maybe that's why I quit doing it.
Well, why don't we look into that and maybe we can bring that back. We probably need to do an appointment.
Because if that still is a conflict, then I'll stick with the senior council meeting.
I would do it if that's a conflict for Steve. I'm happy to step up for that. That'd be fun.
They don't have a food cart there.
To
though.
get out my
gear.
cross-country skis, they're somewhere. Used them once this winter.
And then,
I didn't use mine as much.
You
as
could
I
use
thought I
them
would.
today after the snowstorm.
and then a letter of opposition for the Uinta Railway, I think was distributed to the board. I think, Greg, that came through you.
Yeah.
There's a hard copy.
We all have a copy.
Hard copy, okay.
Yep.
Thanks for bringing it up.
And it looks like everyone, guess we wanted to see if the board supported sending this letter.
May I, Francie?
Yes, go ahead.
I think it's fine, but I wish we could just put it in bold print. No, I just think the risks are so enormous. 300 and something thousand barrels going through that canyon of crude oil on top of what's already gone through. It's just frightening to me that what we could do to the devastation of the river, the water quality, the environment, the economics, everything. within our own region and throughout how many states down below us.
I think this letter does that, but if anybody wants to propose changes to it, that'd be fine. I would just want to make sure we CC Hickenlooper's office and the Goose's office as well.
And Bennett.
Well, Bennett's already on
Oh,
here.
he's at the
Yeah.
bottom, yeah, okay, yeah. I wish I'd been there when they had the barrel on the side of the river.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do we, I wonder if this merits like a staff point of contact on this issue, because I feel like there's other avenues of advocacy as well, and I'm not fully up to speed, but for example, I feel like there was some like bond commission meetings that were happening that, you know, I just think that there might be different angles that we could reinforce our lack of support for this project, but we would need someone to track it, and I can't offer to do that right
So
now.
we should have staff look at other opportunities for us to voice our position on this.
Yeah.
It's
I
in-
don't-
It's
I think
coming
that's-
fast, isn't it?
It's interesting that the Oil and Gas Commission, I testified before them last week, and they announced before their hearing that they have no influence over this project because it's a Colorado Oil and Gas Commission. This is Utah Oil coming through on a train, so it's really a transportation issue is how they framed it. So if there's a transportation committee,
board, something,
we should be seeking out and copying them.
I agree. I think
So
we
that's-
should send it to
I think
whomever we
that's-
find.
And I think it's moving fast.
But let's include everybody, like, and Bennett's office, John Whitney specifically asked us to share it with them as soon as we have it, just because they're compiling this to send out to, so they would probably know. We can call
Well,
John.
if
so
they're
maybe-
sending it out, then maybe they've got all the bases covered.
Well, they just need more voices, that's
Yeah,
what they're looking for.
they did ask for our specific.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Support on
So
this, yeah.
do we need
They
to
would
be
know who to send it
researching
to.
where else it should go
They'd be the
if
first
they're
place to
doing
look.
it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're the first place to ask.
Should ask John Whitney if there's any other places he would like us to reach out to.
So let's
do that
get
right
this
now.
off to them,
Yeah.
and then we can ask them if there's something else we should do, but I think we should get this off. Because when I've been reading is that decisions are being made fast. Not the trains are coming fast, but the decisions are coming fast.
Trains will be going too fast also.
We don't want the trains to be coming at all.
That's all I have for now.
I'll give you a quick update on this morning in Gunnison County. There weren't any people in the room except for the commissioners and the attorney and the manager and the clerk and some people who are presenting on something else later. But online, we had Zane Kessler and Terry Havens and Larry Darians and trying to think if there were any other stakeholder kinds of people. Hattie was not online. I think that was the people that were specifically there for that.
Did Ron or Addie?
what?
Did Ron or Allie join you?
Oh, yes, Ron and Ally were on. Thank
From
you.
Marble.
Yeah. And so Jonathan spoke for a few minutes, and then I clarified my role and told him about my history in the Crystal River and that preceded my being a commissioner and that kind of thing. And then we did the slideshow, and we said specifically we wanted input from Gunnison County and what would be in the best interests of Gunnison County, that kind of thing added to the slideshow. And then Jonathan asked some technical questions to Zane. And then Laura came up and answered some technical questions. And then, in light of what Zane had said, that he didn't see any imminent threats to the Crystal River, Jonathan asked me why I was advocating for this if the River District thought there weren't any imminent threats. And so basically my answer was that, with, you'll get a kick out of this. So with the Colorado Compact being under discussion for reallocation and cutbacks and everything, and if the state passes 1225 and we suddenly have 175,000 new units being built, we're pretty sure we're going to be asked for trans-basin diversion. So I got in a little bit about 1255. And then I said, but the fact is we don't know what's coming down the road. And if we wait until it's at our door, it's too late. So we want to do it because we don't know what may happen in the future, basically, is what I said to that. And then there was just a few general questions from the other commissioners. And then Jonathan Houck said something about, I know there's an ask here, blah, 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 and I didn't want to get into the MOU thing, and I didn't want him to think we were asking for a resolution, because he talked about Glenwood and Carbondale having passed resolutions. And I said, the only ask here is that you be involved with the process. And that was about it. So.
And did they agree? I mean, I know they've agreed, but.
Yes, I think they agreed. It wasn't like, are you going to be involved with the process? But Laura's going to follow up with the MOU and stuff. I would say that, well, Jonathan did talk about the name of the mountain. I forget right now.
Red Lady?
No, it's not Emma. It's like, anyway, it's been threatened with mining for
It's a Red
a
Lady.
long
Mount
time.
Emmons?
He didn't say Red Mountain. I don't know
The
what.
Red Lady.
No, he didn't say that.
Emmons?
Some other name. Anyway, and they've been fighting it for a long time, and he talked about the wisdom of moving slowly and blah, blah, blah. And I didn't say, well, this has been going on for 50 years as well, but we just agreed. And,
No, Jonathan's a good advocate. He has a lot of experience on these big federal land
Yeah.
bills.
yeah.
He'll be a good partner.
So,
great.
you know, he asked a couple of times, well, what else is there to protect the Crystal River? Is wild and scenic the only thing? It seems like it's preordained that wild and scenic is the only available approach. And Zane couldn't give him any other approach, and nobody could. So,
Interesting.
you know, actually, Lisa spoke to how the reason that we deem wild and scenic to be the most reasonable approach is that if the feds come in and want to do something about diverting water, the only thing that's going to override the feds is a federal act. So that was a great answer, I thought, to that.
Great.
But there was nothing that we said that we are only open to that, you know.
Yeah, good.
So it was fairly generic, but it was really good that we made contact with them, and we had dinner with Laura the night before, and so I think she feels a little more connected with Pitkin County now, and it was definitely worth going over. So.
Great. Thank you for doing that.
Mhm.
Who's gonna go on Thursday? I'm gonna go. Are you gonna go?
Jonathan's
Who's gonna
going
go?
on Thursday.
Yes, I know.
So
They're
great.
Is Thursday the thing up the Crystal?
I think I'm going now.
I
that it
might
looks
go.
like we don't
It's
have to go to
noticed,
Denver.
isn't it?
Yeah.
We'll
Yeah.
see.
I might, it depends. I might be in Carbondale anyway, and I'll just drive up the road. There you go.
So if 12:55 is going to be in committee on Thursday, I'll go to Denver. If not, I'll come tomorrow.
Okay. Thanks, Francie.
And it has been noticed, so we can all
Yeah.
go if we want.
Is it, is it?
Fire station.
Fire station.
At 5.
So, speaking of 1255, Club 20 does not have it on their action list or their watch list, and I sent an email saying, do you have a position? Because I know we discussed it at the Club 20 meeting, and maybe they just haven't updated their their bill list.
Well, Liz spoke to that briefly. She said she had brought it up at Club 20,
Mhm.
and that there wasn't a position. I don't know whether that's last week or this week, but that's what she
Interesting.
said.
Mhm.
Do you know who their lobbyist is?
There wasn't a position.
Well, it's
that's
really
shocking.
Brittany, who's the head, she's the
Executive director.
temporary executive director. Might become the permanent one, I don't know, they haven't picked
Okay.
a permanent one yet.
Okay.
So
Maybe we'll outreach to her and figure this out with them.
That'd be interesting to see where they stand.
Are we in open discussion? Should I
We
talk
are.
a little bit? Okay. Just so you all know, Francie and I have been working really very aggressively on this 1255 issue and meeting with staff almost daily to kind of strategize our outreach and do the outreach to fellow counties, our county groups, or, so we're roping in everybody at this point to really try and kill this bill in the Senate committee. And it should be introduced and assigned to committee this week. I think we resolved one issue in the House related to the temporary moratorium language, but there continue to be, they did not narrow the scope to only preempt affordable housing caps, and they have not narrowed the language on what a growth cap definition is. And so we continue to sort of explain to everybody that, like, you know, zoning is not just residential and commercial use, it's also 1 in 10 acres. You know, so if that gets construed as a cap, then your zoning intensity use, you know, goes out the window, definition goes out the window. And so, you know, just so you know, we're being very active.
Thanks for that effort. Yeah, I was reading the
On
points
this.
that Kara had sent us that were very helpful to just a broader basic understanding.
And we are in an opposed position, and if it doesn't die in committee, then we will propose some amendments and take that approach.
But we've talked with Senator Will and Dylan Roberts. I'm sure I know their positions, I would think.
Yeah, I spoke with Perry for quite a while. I'm going to talk to Dylan probably tomorrow, now that it was not right on our doorstep like we thought it might be. And Laura Puckett-Daniel said that it really wasn't on their radar in Gunnison, but it is now, and I told them I would send them our stuff.
Great.
So,
Wasn't on their radar.
And I mean, it is.
Well,
I just think they're not
213
actively, like, super.
Oh, 213.
213 is, as somebody said, taking all the air out of the room. So a lot of people were so focused on 213 they missed 1255.
Which is the worst.
But also Laura might not be aware that it's on Jonathan and Liz's radar, but it wasn't on hers.
Can I talk about 213 a little bit? Because there is a little immediate action on that. So via CCAT, we're being told that the Senate president is going to introduce an amendment to essentially strike below any, like, most of the bill, essentially.
The Senate president?
Yes.
Really?
And really to focus the bill on a housing needs assessment, a statewide housing needs assessment, on the alignment of transportation dollars to communities who are actively reaching the goals, and to maybe figure out a way for communities to achieve some goals, and then if they don't, that a statewide code may come later. So this is major movement on this bill. CCAT wants to revisit their position at a membership meeting tomorrow. That is during our regular work session. And so I wondered if we want to retain our position of amend on the bill and ask if we can have a staff proxy vote on our behalf during that meeting.
Well, it sounds like the changes they've made are more than we would have asked for in an amendment.
Yeah.
So we
can
should
let's
still
see.
say we're gonna amend, I mean, our position will be to amend and let that amendment go through.
Or we could monitor.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's
we
see
can
if I have
support.
more
And
here.
Kelly, do you mind if I?
Go ahead, yes, please, go ahead.
Yeah,
Anything
so
more you have.
as Kelly said, it provides the strike through, directs DOLA to conduct a statewide housing study needs assessment, provides funding for regional housing assessments, would create multi-agency committee to develop collaborative statewide strategic goals, directs DOLA to conduct technical assistance and grant making in local governments to assist in housing planning and growth, establishes a menu of affordability and anti-displacement strategies for local governments to utilize as they seek to enhance affordable housing, and appropriates $15 million for local and state planning efforts. So it's very much,
That's what's left in.
yeah,
Just
it's
read.
made the pivot really to providing the kind of enhancements, tools, incentives for local government to provide affordable housing versus really addressing or trying to take away local control
Yeah,
and
so
enforcing
it
it.
sounds like this is actually gonna get to where they wanted to be when they started and weren't going in that direction.
I mean, it doesn't force bad
Right.
partners to do more. You know, I think that is part of what they're still trying to feel out is if some of the stuff I got was they may require municipalities to adopt comprehensive plans and some codes by a date in the future, and then if they don't do that, may have a state code applied to them.
It
But-
sounds to me like
I don't know.
we should support it.
Yeah.
I think politically it would be in our best interest to support it, because if we're going to oppose 1255, we look a lot better if we support 213. That's my thinking on it.
As amended.
As in- with the
As
amendment.
amended.
If amended.
Yes.
Only if amended.
If amended, yeah.
If amended,
I
yes.
think I agree with that.
Yeah. No, I would support what you just read, John.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I have to go out. I've got to go sign 2 lives away, I think, so
You're leaving us?
I'm leaving you. Tommy's being admitted to Heritage. And I
To
have to go.
Heritage,
I got him
wow.
in. Yeah.
Good luck,
Thanks,
Patty.
All
Patty.
right, guys, I read the packet. I'll watch the video. They need my,
She's ready to move in anytime.
yeah, I'm ready to move in down there anytime.
All right, let's take a short break.
Okay.
um,
Can staff
and
proxy
Come
that
back at
meeting tomorrow?
2:40, so we don't keep everybody waiting too long.
If I can join electronic.
Welcome back to the work session of the BOCC on Tuesday, April 25th. This is a very exciting thing we're about to embark on. We're going to hear from the CJCC, and John's going to tell you all about it.
All right. Thank you, Francie. I'm just getting my screen hopefully shared here. So we're excited today to be back in front of you. We know it's been a little while, and we want to update you on some work that's been happening. The purpose of today's meeting is, one, we're briefly just going to update you on the assessment we had done by our structural engineer of the current facility and second floor potential, so that you understand what we're looking at there. But really, we want to spend the bulk of our time talking about the work that the CJCC has been doing after a number of members did jail tours, and then the group worked on a set of recommendations that were in your packet. Our goal today is to get some board direction so that staff can move forward really with the programming phase of the project. And before we dive in, I just want to talk about what does that mean? What are we really asking you for here? And the purpose of programming, it's really a pre-design exercise, right? So it's when we spend some time really looking at how do we finalize the objectives of what we're trying to achieve with the facility. How do we finalize and determine the building and user requirements? How do we convert that into square footage that we need to build and design to? And it really sets the scope for final design and engineering. Approving programming moving forward is not a final approval of the project. It's not a final approval of what's going to be in and out. It's an iterative process. So today we're going to be bringing these recommendations to you about what we should be programming facility around. We will be bringing that programming back to you and looking at that square footage, looking at the facilities, looking at the uses, and you're going to get another chance to weigh in. And we're going to go back and forth a little bit until we reach a final scope that we would then ask the board to approve to move forward for design and engineering on a facility. This is not unusual. This is how we do public facilities. In fact, the room you're sitting in right now, this facility, went through that exact process. Our initial programming study suggested that we needed about 53% more square footage than we actually designed and built. That included this room. That included, a number of facilities, even the sheriff's facility. But we went through this programming study to kind of edit and make that determination of what is it that we're going to prioritize for construction and prioritize for design. So this is really asking for permission to move into that first step of pre-design, okay? And to provide some direction on how that's going to work out, what we're going to include. So I'm going to come back to these. I'm not going to ask you to answer these now, but I just want to put some questions in the board's head so that as we're going through the conversation today, we will kind of know what's going to come back to you. And so some key questions that we're going to be looking for some direction on. Doesn't have to be a final decision, but it'd be good to get some direction. What are the board's thoughts now so that we can do this programming study? Is, should programming include the ability to segregate populations by sex and risk calculation, classification, not calculation, although that is part of it. Also acknowledging that the CJCC has agreed to research and discuss best practices for transgender populations, because that's something that we heard a lot about in our tours. Does the board want to see programming for work release bits? How should we prioritize spaces for programming? For example, therapeutic counseling spaces, substance use disorder treatment, religious services and study areas, yoga, exercise, those sorts of things. We have some recommendations around these things. We're going to be asking for guidance on, do we think all housing units should be constructed to the same standard to maximize flexibility, and some guidance on what those standards should include. And all of this was in the CJCC report. And probably one of the bigger conversations, and one that may be part of this iterative process where we need to talk, is what role is this facility really playing in the community? Is it the role of a traditional detention center? Are there other community services that should either be co-located or such with this facility, whether that be detox or mental health services, and to what level? Are we talking about providing some spaces so a mobile crisis unit can sit with someone, or is it something different? And so we don't have to make those decisions today, but we need the board to start thinking about that and start giving some direction about what options you'd like to see in programming. Okay?
And I'm just gonna walk across the room and get my glasses.
Okay. Before diving in, I just want to acknowledge that we do have members of the CJCC joining us today. We've invited them to the table, and it's really to participate in a dialogue. I'm going to be walking through the recommendations, but inviting members of the CJCC to provide additional context, thoughts, information for the board, so that you understand some of the thought process that went in. And if you all don't mind, Don, maybe start with you. If we could just do some quick introductions around the table, and then we'll go online.
Sure.
That'd
Thanks,
be great.
John. I'm
Yeah.
Don Nottingham. I'm a Chief Deputy District Attorney. I handle all that felony and juvenile cases, though that doesn't matter for the jail, here in Pickens County.
I'm Dan Fellon. I'm the interim detention division chief for the sheriff's office.
I'm Jim Boyd. I'm one of the district judges here in the district. I'm also the chief judge, which makes me essentially the administrative head of the 9th Judicial District, and also happen to be the water judge for Division 5.
Good afternoon, I'm Alex.
My ears perked up when I heard the word compact.
I'm Alex Burchett. I'm the undersheriff for the Pickens County Sheriff's Office.
Excellent. And online, I know we have our sheriff, Michael Bolioni, joining us. I don't know if he is.
Looks like he's there.
Yeah, I can't see on my screen here. And then I know. Oh.
Can you unpin where he is? Bill? That's nice.
If you can hear us, Michael, you need to unmute yourself on your end.
Barely coming through. Well, Michael, we can barely hear you, but fortunately, everyone knows who you are at this point. We'll hopefully get the audio fixed so you can participate. No. And then I'd also acknowledge we have Rich Engelhardt in the room, who's participated in all of this, Deputy County Manager, and Parker Lathrop. And then Brian Olson. Lindsay Maish, if we could. Lindsay Maish is with us as well, who's been participating. And we're going to promote her to a panelist right now. And then Brian Olson, who's been representing law enforcement, had intended to join us. I think he may have a conflict. We'll see if he's able to come on. All right. I just briefly have one slide on this before we jump into the CJCC's work, but it's really just to bring the board up to speed. One of the things that we had committed to do was really looking into this. There's been a lot of conversation about the jail being designed to have a second level on it, not have a second level. What is it? We did have a structural engineer come in and both examine the plans and also examine the facility and provide us a report. Long story short, and we do have a long report. We don't want to dig into the engineering aspects today, but the building was originally designed and constructed to add a second story over the existing cell block area, which would provide about 3,100 additional square feet. And so
And that's that purple section.
that's
John,
the
correct?
purple section in here. We also had them look at,
Does this include the part where the communications used to be? Is that, maybe that's that other square in the upper left corner?
That's the gym in the
that's
upper
the
left.
gym.
gym,
So
okay.
communications is at the bottom of
So
that.
that's
Yeah.
included in the 7,600 square feet?
And so we also asked them to look at, could reinforcements be made on the foundation and members and such to add additional square footage or second level where it hadn't originally been designed. The answer to that was yes, and that brings up the possibility of another 4,500 square feet, so for a total of 7,600 square feet. We also have an existing Sally port that may add another, I think, probably 400, 500 square feet, something along those lines, if that were repurposed. And so that does answer the question, yes, we can add on. We can add a second floor where we are, and this is roughly the square feet that we'd have to work with. Process-wise, how this works is we would want to do the programming so that you would understand the square footage needs to meet the services. And then as part of that iterative process, bringing it back, you can look at, in order to fit within this footprint, what would you be able to do amongst your priorities, and is there anything you wouldn't be able to do, and is that acceptable? Or do we want to look at another location? We have been doing the Public Works Master Plan. We do have a footprint area that we believe we could do a facility there. So the board will have choices going forward.
Can I ask a quick question? Just a question regarding, it says it will be costly, but could you just be more specific? Is it costly but less expensive than new construction, or more expensive than new construction? Just trying to figure out what the costly means.
What's that?
It depends on the program.
It
Depends on the program. Okay,
Yeah,
but-
yeah,
so
and
we
so-
know, we know it's gonna cost, but just when they say costly, it kind of.
Yeah, and so
flavors
the costly aspect is you'd have to reinforce supports. It's not unlike what the city of Aspen had to do in the parking garage, where they had to reinforce some of the vertical concrete members with, I think is carbon fiber. I don't know what it was actually, but those are the sorts of things where you're adding cost to the basic structure, and you're having to do a lot of movement of utilities and those sorts of things. We can bring that back once we know more where we're going. What everyone should know now is that we do have the ability to put 7,600 square feet on the roof.
And I think it's
John?
important. Go ahead, Michael.
There's
Excuse me.
Michael.
Hi.
Hello, everyone. Hi. Just a quick question. I know we mentioned at one meeting, did we take into account facility square footage as well as the garage space in the jail?
Yeah.
For total square footage?
It is not included. The 7,600 square feet right now is all additional square footage. That would be new. And then the facilities is not included in that number. And that's another opportunity too as we get into this. But that is to say, we've got some expansion opportunity. It depends what we want to do.
Good to know.
Okay. So what's happened since our last meeting? We did a number of jail tours. Kelly got to participate in some of those. Alex, Brian, Rich, myself, Lindsay. We had a pretty good cross-section of members who were able to participate in the tours. We listed the facilities there, which are escaping me right now. I know we did Pueblo, Boulder, Larimer County, Rio Blanco County.
Correct. And Summit.
And Summit County. That's where we got the acupuncture in the ears as a demonstration.
I got the tour of those
show you
as
the
well,
pictures.
but I was riding solo.
Oh, fair enough. Thank you, Sheriff. Yeah, you were in transition at that point, and
Yes,
so.
sir.
Those tours really provide an opportunity to learn what other communities are doing, to evaluate operationally what was working in facilities, what was working in programming. Maybe some of the better key learnings was what wasn't working in facilities, what wasn't working in programming, what would they do differently today if they knew now what they knew then, what they know now when they designed the facility. And so that's really where this initial set of recommendations came in. And so what I want to do is walk through. These are taken directly from the report that was in your packet, but want to go through each of these and then provide our CJCC members some opportunity to provide additional comment, context, board questions. So we're sure you understand not only what the recommendation is, but why this recommendation is in here and maybe what further work needs to be done so that when I bring those questions back that we started with, you have that context to answer them.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the report really started off with a number of big picture recommendations. And you know, the first one, I know it's one that we've struggled with a little bit to really understand, is that both best practice and Colorado law requires that offenders should be appropriately housed by gender and use of objective classification systems that separate detainees by custody level, risk, and need. And you know, related to this, we have the transgender issue, which I think was talked about in every jail that we visited. That's been a challenge, a classification challenge within the systems that, you know, potentially would require its own facility needs. One of the things that's
John, could I just chime in there a second?
You bet.
I did take Boulder County's their transgender. I'm drawing a blank. Their policy, sorry, and ran it by a local Aspen out, and they combed it over and ran through it and tore it apart, and they said, for us locally, this would work well in our community, just as a FYI.
And so that may be one of the questions. You know, does the board want us to look at, for example, the policy recommendation that Sheriff Bolioni was just talking about, and incorporate that into initial programming so you can see the impact? Here's the rub with this, and here's the thing to understand, is that as you're segregating populations based on sex or based on risk classification or additional classifications, to separate those populations, the most likely outcome is that you're going to have some underutilized beds, right? Because if you have smaller pods or what have you that are divided by classification, and you have one, it turns out, high-risk classification person, and you're not commingling those populations, you may take up 3 or 4 kind of bed areas until there's another person in that
And the needs of the inmate population and the classification of that population dictates the use. So as it fluctuates throughout the day, we go from 16 to 18 to 20 inmates over the course of 48 hours. We'll move individuals. So what might be unused or underutilized space one day, 24 hours later could be filled based on the classification needs of the general population of the facility. So it's not always sitting there underutilized.
And then I'd invite, our committee members also to kind of talk about both the need for this type of, because I know there's been some questions raised, certainly in the community, about whether this type of classification system and need to segregate these populations is necessary or not. And I think that's an important question for us to address. I don't know if anyone wants to take
the
that on.
person that might, Judge Boyd or Dan, Dan may have the best perspective on classification, the needs of the classification system.
So in order to properly segregate men and women, it's defined in Colorado State statute under Title 17. So it's kind of black and white. You cannot commingle genders. The way that with our current facility setup, there's a lot of struggles that involve fully separating the genders. They're supposed to be sight and sound. We don't really have the ability in our current facility for sight and sound. So one of the reasons for this would be able to do that accurately and appropriately as required by state statute.
And then what about the separation of risk for the classification in terms
So ideally, you would have minimum level inmates that are your low-level offenders housed with only other low-level offenders. You would have medium level offenders housed with medium offenders, and max offenders with only max or separate, depending on if they're close custody, if they're not close custody. There's a lot of factors that go into that, and you don't want to house a minimum with a max because the possibilities of having the maximum person take advantage of the minimum security level inmate are a lot higher than if they were just housed with other offenders that are in similar nature.
Can I comment? Maybe it would be helpful too if we just illustrate a little bit of what we saw at different jails, I would say, in terms of like how structurally they dealt. So for example, like Pueblo, their facilities were designed differently depending on the classification of the crimes. So folks who were low-level offenders were housed in a more dormitory type of setting where they were, just living among other inmates. Whereas their maximum security folks were held in more closed individual cell situations where there was a common space that they might have access to throughout the day. Whereas when we went to Boulder, their what they called pods were all identically designed, but how they managed the populations was different. So their maximum security management had kind of different staffing levels associated with it. Those inmates had different permissions about what they could and couldn't do. And then another pod was kind of their more mental health needs. They didn't even call them inmates, they referred to them as patients. And so they had very different permissions by which they operated under, and very different kind of staffing associated with that.
That part was run by behavioral health, just renting square footage at Boulder for the RISE program, which is tremendous. Another discussion for us to utilize.
Did you have something you wanted to say, John?
Yeah, thank you. I would like to add something. First of all, from the administration of justice perspective, and the whole community as well, of course, we're concerned about safety, for example, and it's there's an important component to risk assessment and risk management when it comes to safety. Not only the safety of the inmate population while it's there, but the safety of the whole community as inmates and or just people in the criminal justice system, even if they're not incarcerated, work through the system with the notion eventually they're going to be back just regular members of the community. And all of the research that I've seen over the course of my judicial work, there's risks involved in mixing levels of risk of people. And the data tends to show that if you mix high risk and low risk people, it's much more likely that the low risk person is going to become more high risk in that mix than that the high risk person is somehow going to have an epiphany and become a low risk person. And so there's a real benefit in terms of long-term criminal justice, including how people are overseen in the jails, of defining the risk, so having good assessments at the beginning to help figure out what the risk really is, and then allocating your resources to deal with that. So it can involve classifying and maybe putting in different places people of high risk versus low risk, partly for their own safety among each other, but it also allows you to tailor your services within the jail, or for people out of jail, just within the community, to give people what they need and what will help them. Because there's also data out there that says if you essentially overmanage or over-supervise somebody who's low risk, you're also going to have an outcome of creating higher risk people. So there is a real payoff in individual assessments and individual management of people based on their risks and their needs.
That's great. Thank you.
So it's obviously, staff's recommendation that we program to take what we're required to do into account and what's the right thing to do, as was just described from an administration of justice perspective, as well as probably bringing some options to the board as we complete more of our research and look at the policy options, as Michael had indicated, for populations that haven't traditionally been recognized, quite frankly, in designing detention facilities like our transgender population, and to bring some of those programming options back to the board. I think with the goal that any design elements include minimizing the impact on the number of total beds or risk of or underutilized beds, which could be things that we're going to talk about a little bit later in the presentation, like making sure that the cells are built to the same standards and maybe having them in smaller groupings and such, so you're not losing as many. Those are options to kind of bring that number down in terms of risk of underutilization. But that would be staff's recommendation based on the CJCCs. And we'll come back and go through these and kind of see where y'all stand. Again, sticking with the big picture findings and recommendations, there should be access by all eligible offenders to a variety of programs and program spaces, including religious services and studies, therapeutic counseling, substance use disorder treatment, yoga, exercise, etc. There should additionally be access to space for visitation with attorneys, which is clearly a deficit in our current facility. The CJCC's recommendation is that the work release program is an important component, alternative sentencing program. Incidentally, what I think was not necessarily included in there is that those beds or facilities for work release tend to be built to a different standard than you would the
detention cells.
Yeah, detention cells. There was a lot of emphasis, and we can talk more about this, on having spaces for both large group and small group counseling spaces. And I think we heard this at more than one facility, actually, that whatever you think you need for that, double it. I don't think there is a facility that we visited that felt like they had enough of these spaces, even our newer facilities. And so that's something we need to talk about, because that's additional, all of this is additional square footage to provide those kinds of spaces. And then there is the ongoing question about how much additional changes can happen within our criminal justice system to reduce bed need. I will say that that's, I think, one of the goals of the CJCC is to, kind of this ongoing coordination and looking for these opportunities. I would also note the assessment of who is utilizing our jail indicated we are really efficient right now. We do a really good job of moving people, either through bonding. The people that need to be there really need to be there, and there's not a large number. So those opportunities for efficiency may be less than maybe some other communities enjoy at this point. But again, I just would invite some conversation around these types of spaces, what we saw, and what some of the energy is among our CJCC members around here.
Just to talk about the work release program, I think we all acknowledge, excuse me, that the work release program is tremendously beneficial as a tool for us in our local criminal justice system. There's a line in there that the work release program is important and is not included in that 47 bed number. I included the report from justice planners from March of last year, and on page 41 it does reference work release and says that their recommendation would be 5 beds for males and 5 beds for females in the work release. So it'd be 10 additional work release housing units essentially on top of whatever other number is we land on.
Are those categorized in whatever the low, moderate, and high level of risk? They're low risk, obviously. Is that how you categorize them, or is work
anybody
release?
that's allowed to go out back in the community is automatically going to be a minimum security person, because we're giving them that trust to go back out in the community to still work.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
But, so that would mean 57 beds. I'm just wondering, I'm sure the 47 is based on a lot of previous.
Your mic.
I'm sure the 47 is based on a lot of previous data, but, so to have 10 more in addition to that, wouldn't the 47 include the low-risk work release people?
In the calculation that was provided by justice planners, it did not include it. But I would also caution us to get hung up on the 47 bed number. I think, I don't know that we're there yet, to be honest with you.
Okay.
I think that's really not part of the, it's not where we are yet.
The work release ones, do they need to be kept in a secure prison situation or jail situation, or could they be in a less secure facility?
I know that with our current setup, they are within the secure facility. I know there are other counties such as Boulder that have a work release program that's slightly different and housed off campus. I believe Weld County also has a work release program, but they don't manage it through the jail. So those are all things that we could look at doing as well, depending on how we go with programming.
And Larimer County, as an example, Steve actually manages it through as a department of the county manager. Mm-hmm. It's not even part of the sheriff's office, so it's a totally separate system.
So
As
I was
does
thinking
Mesa.
if, given our constricted site back here at the existing jail, if we were, we might need to build a separate facility for people with substance abuse and mental health issues, and maybe the work release could go into that also. That would free up more space here at the existing jail to do the, whatever programs with the separation of the different categories would fit more easily in this space back here.
So that's certainly a model. As we said, other counties use. Our scale is much less than those counties, and so when we look at separating, what will come back in the programming is a staffing question, right? And that's going to be in all of this too. Are we a 1-level, 2-level facility? Are we separating? You know, because then where we might be able to utilize the same staff in a secured area and maybe a less secured area that are co-located, it would probably be different staff. That's not a reason to say no to doing that at this point. It's just those are the types of questions that we'll need to answer and challenges we'll have.
And I'm sure that your department has lots of time to be handling the work release people. That would work out really well here, I'm sure.
Yeah, other duties as assigned will, yeah, no, you would hire a separate criminal justice coordinator or services director. It would be essentially creating a new department. Again, we haven't had the scale in our small community to justify doing that, and it's, you know, that's why we've had it co-located in the jail.
Yeah, and some of the benefits of work release are really hard to describe. Some of the obvious ones, of course, are that for the appropriate person who's not so high risk, they shouldn't be out in the community at all. It lets them preserve their families, their jobs, their housing, all sorts of things that create additional risk of criminal behavior in the future if they lose all of those things. So that's really important. But also, just to add the perspective of a judge, if you don't have an option like this and a judge is presented with one of those people who's sort of right at the balance and you don't have a work release option, your option is maybe jail, because they do have some risks that they present to the community, or no jail and put them out and then maybe leave the community a little more at risk than you feel is appropriate. And that's why having a range of tools, of which this is a very important one, can be really helpful to our work in the justice system, and I think maybe to the community as a whole as well.
Can I ask a question about the tours you've all done? Regarding the age and the contemporary nature of the various facilities? It sounds like there are some that are more recent, others that are older.
Correct.
It'd be great. It'd be wonderful if you all came away with the same idea of what was the ideal to emulate.
I think we did.
But then there's a scale
We
question.
got pretty close.
And it sounds like the scale question kind of, you know, if we had unlimited space and money, we know what we probably do, right? But if we're trying to figure out how to shoehorn something in at a smaller scale, where does that take us? What did you come away with from the tours that gave you a sense of what we're trying to do here? Because when I see this coming on from my perspective, it's like, well, individual cells, enough room that a counselor could visit you in the cell. Like, what's the problem? You know, but clearly there's much more to it than that, and I do realize that. So, but I'm trying to figure out, as you move forward based on the information you've gathered, I'm much more comfortable hearing your recommendations than trying to weigh in on some of these questions, which you've posed as questions, but I'm hoping these aren't questions for us.
So, Greg, I'm wondering if maybe we can parking lot that question, because I think we're gonna kind of thread that together as we talk about some of the physical plant ideas and such, and maybe we can blend some of that together. Is that, if that's okay?
Yeah, no, that's fine.
If we don't come back to it, I'm counting on you to remind us. Okay.
I can ask idiotic questions all day long, so
Yeah.
just tell me when.
Any other questions on this set of recommendations make sense? And I want to reiterate what Alex said, that the 47 beds is kind of an initial number based on projections. As we go through programming, if you want to edit those, what we'll have the opportunity to do is talk about, well, here are the potential consequences of that we see. Like when we did this room, where like you're going to have maybe 2 or 3 meetings a year. We cannot fit in here because there's going to be too many people interested. They're going to be out in the lobby. That's why we put a TV out there and those sorts of things. So we, you know, part of it is risk, right? What risk are you willing to take on? When are you not going to be able to, under what circumstances may you not meet the needs? And do we have an alternative? And what is that? And do those trade-offs make sense? Right. So we'll be bringing that back. The 47 is a starting point.
John, can I ask, I'm sorry, add one more thing? Since we were sort of focused there on work release, I also wanted to make a comment about things like space for therapeutic counseling and substance use disorder work. And why I think that's at least important to talk about in a programmatic sense for a jail is that there's just so much research out there that shows a person who is dealing with a substance disorder or a mental health disorder, early intervention almost always leads to better results. And so there's a certain gained advantage if a person can get some kind of assistance, some kinds of service, even while they're still in the jail, rather than sitting in the jail for 10 days or 90 days or whatever it may be before any of those services start. So I think there's a real payoff in terms of reducing the likelihood of someone getting out of the criminal justice system and then turning around and coming right back into it.
You make this all sound so easy.
Well, we're just looking for permission to pre-design.
There's 40 more
to
slides.
these things. Yeah, there's 40 more slides, right?
There's
So, and this is just something to keep in mind. Kelly already, brought this up a little bit in her comments, that as we look at different types of designs and how we shoehorn or don't things in, it has operating consequences, right? And so there could be staffing consequences. So we saw great examples of different facility designs that either minimized or maximized the need for staff to have eyes and be able to be responsive to events. As you add levels, right? That's one challenge in that. And so if we decide that what we really want to do is create these additional facilities here on a second floor, it likely will have a staffing or operational impact we'll need to be taking into account. And so we noticed that, we heard that a lot. A Pueblo facility was really different from a Larimer County facility in terms of the efficiency of staff operations. So that's something that we'd bring back in design.
So you're not talking about levels of classification, you're talking about building
Physical
levels.
I'm talking about physical building
Okay,
levels.
okay.
Yeah, sorry. Oh no. Yeah,
I think you summarized it well.
I mean, again, I'll illustrate a little bit just what we observed in our tours was, for example, like Pueblo really said to us that they had wished they'd had more wet cell designs so that, like, operationally, if they needed to, like, lock people down so that staff could go and respond to something else, they had that tool functionally in design to use, which they don't have.
What is a wet cell?
Like
Toilet and
where
shower.
everything is, bathroom and or shower in one cell, so that they don't need to be like accompanying people to go take a shower when they have another immediate, more pressing need. Or like in Boulder County, we saw where they really had there was just a woman's unit. It didn't matter what their crime was or their mental health kind of capabilities. And, the staff there really talked about, like, this was a stressful place to work. You had to really be on high alert for anything. And you could feel the stress that inmates were causing each other. Like, some had freedom to kind of be out and about. Some were, in a real mental health episode and just screaming and throwing things and causing other inmates in just the cell right next to them to get really worked up and lose their own kind of sense of peace. Yeah. So, it really, there is kind of a staffing, when we think about like design and how all these things play together, there's staffing components to it.
Is it a single floor just going to be that much less staff? Like, so if we add a floor, we're multiplying staff.
I'm not an expert in this, so I might not answer the question. I think if you were to separate actual floors as opposed to like an open, like we saw in Boulder, my take, and I've heard Alan, our consultant, reiterate this, is that you're almost creating a second jail. Right. It's just a second facility.
Story is another operation.
Yeah.
Something to keep in mind.
And again, you don't need to answer these trade-offs now.
Correct.
It's really about being aware. It's about being aware that there are consequences to these choices, and we'll be bringing those back and talking through them. And we may have some design solutions we're not thinking about right now to address some of those. But it's going to be complicated, and we really need to get started on this programming piece. Kind of shifting now from the big picture to the service piece, and this one is also going to require some more work, but does have implications really for the type of facility that we build. And so we know that a large portion of our population in the jail is in need of mental health and therapeutic counseling, as well as, we saw substance use.
Michael has his hand up.
Oh, sorry, Michael, I didn't see you there.
That's okay. It was going back to the second tier, second level. It doesn't mean that second level needs to be used for cells and to incarcerate people. It could be used for therapeutic sessions, the meeting with the attorneys, all the other programs that we're looking at. It doesn't necessarily need to be quote cells.
Copy that.
Right, absolutely, and that's where I think, the how it's designed and such is really going to matter, and so
I just don't want to get stuck on 2 levels means 2 levels of incarcerated people.
correct. Fair enough. Right. Yep.
Good.
Yep.
Good Good comment.
So we saw a lot of different service delivery models in our travels, specifically around the therapeutic models and substance treatment models. The two that really seem to stick out, and they're different types of models with different implications for both staffing and facility, I think, is Summit County and Larimer County. And both of them in their own ways have done really exceptional program building. And so the Summit County approach was really centered on the Sheriff's Department building their own programs, case management infrastructure, therapeutic infrastructure, providers. We did note they were one of those facilities that was challenged for space, and we were, I think, at one point getting a demonstration of some of their services in the offices of the command staff, and we had to get kicked out so they could provide services to people who were actually needing them and that sort of thing. But they've done a really nice job building those services within the department.
They brought all of their clinician, all their mental health services in under the sheriff as employees of the sheriff's office in the county. So they brought clinicians in, and crisis clinicians and case managers and all the things that we currently partner with providers outside of the facility. They brought it all in-house and ran it that way, so they could provide direct services under the scope of the sheriff to the inmates in the jail.
So their Health and Human Services Department for people who weren't incarcerated was completely separate from the services that they were using inside the center.
Yeah, so they're building case management services and therapeutic and treatment services in the community too. They are separate programs, and that is one of the things they were still figuring out, how to build that linkage, I think, between the programs in the jail and the community-based programs, so that there's continuity for folks. Now they're definitely focused on that and figuring that out, but one of the things is you're building silos, right, of service. It allowed the Sheriff's Department, I think, to build a center of excellence within that silo. And then how that connects and how those services continue, I think, is something they're still trying to figure out.
Can I comment a little bit?
Yeah.
I just want to note that I think their design is also in the context with all the difficulty they had with Mine Springs, and their separation of service contracts with Mine Springs over there, that they wanted to have a lot more control over how it was executed and the outcomes delivered. And so, you know, they grew their, instead of contracting out, they grew their staff. And so their PACT program is in-house, you know, their, like they said, I mean, they have clinicians who are literally going in and doing trauma-based therapy with inmates, and those people are on their staff.
But then when the inmates are released, they have to change their caregivers.
Yeah.
And so that's the, oh, sorry.
Just one, so how long have they been separate from Mine Springs? Like 3 years
I think it's
now or so?
about 3 years, 2.5, 3 years.
And they're happy with the way it's working.
The
Like
Sheriff
Francis says, it's a new.
Sheriff Fitzsimons is very happy with the product that they have in Summit County, and it works for them.
Yeah.
It works well for them.
And they are doing really good work within that center of excellence. I think it'll be interesting to see longitudinally as they collect data on folks, you know, how it works with the transfer into the community programs.
And Francie, to your point, the continuity of care is something that we're specifically concerned about, right? When someone leaves our facility, how do we ensure that the services that we're providing them when they're here, they're going to continue to receive outside? And I think John will get to Larimer County's model, which I think addresses that.
Do you want me to do it, or you want to do
You
it?
go for it.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So Larimer County also seemed to have a lot of success in their programs and be very progressive. Their model was a little bit different. So instead of building the center of excellence within each department or area, what they did was they really convened local service providers or existing service providers to really come into the facility to provide services, so that as folks were transitioning out of the jail, there was none of the change. Now, Larimer County enjoys much less direct control, I think, over the service, who's delivering the service and that service delivery model. It's more convening the conversations in the community, and then doing care coordination work in the community for those folks who are coming through the criminal justice system. But there's a lot of continuity as folks go out, and there's that tracking that's happening from folks that have transitioned from jail into the community as they're doing those kind of I want to call them care coordination meetings. Lindsay, I'm probably using all the wrong terms. You could correct me here. But I think right now with where our community is, and Lindsay, you may want to jump in here, there's a preference right now. Again, both models work, but a preference to maybe model on the Larimer County model, partly because of the work that we're doing through Human Services and Public Health in building our vital mental health continuum and really incorporating the jail into that, and seeing if we can have some of our providers in common case management really covering this population as well as other folks in our community. This is a subset, right, of folks in our community.
What's the jail population in Larimer County like compared to ours?
700 and something people.
Much bigger.
Much bigger. Summit's similar to ours, I believe. Summit's
some maximum population of, I want to say, 225 or so.
Was it that large?
No.
225?
I believe so.
It was significantly bigger.
I didn't realize that. Okay.
Oh.
And so in that model, though, it's really about programming for spaces for our community providers to be able to come in and provide those services, you know, whether it be in individual or group settings. And we're going to talk in a little bit, and I know if Brian's on, he's pretty passionate about this, like, you know, how do we have some of that even non-detention space available for those providers? we'll talk about that in a minute.
Can I make one more comment just on this topic? One of the things that I think is pretty exciting is that I think all of these programs were funded from statewide jail-based behavioral health. So there's a lot
BHA,
of flexibility. Like Summit got $500,000 for their program.
Right.
There's just there's a lot of flexibility in how that funding can be applied.
$500,000 one time, or?
I'm not sure if it's ongoing.
I think it was
I
ongoing.
think it was ongoing, and that was, I think that was primarily for staff, for the services, the therapeutic staff.
Could I ask a question too? Might be too tangential. We can always parking lot it. I've got a lot of parking lot.
It's a big part.
I didn't mean
a lot
to
of
put you in
parking
the
space.
parking lot, Greg, but.
I do think that having the thought of a handoff from one in-house mental health to somebody outside who may have been the original helper in the community, then it gets handed off to somebody new, then handed back. Just, I'm sure people have opinions upon that. It makes me wonder if it's problematic. Lindsay may have opinions on that. But the one question that's come up is, how far were these facilities from the courthouses? And have they built new jails that are farther out? I know we're contemplating possibly doing something out at the ABC or the, farther out. And what are the consequences for staffing and transportation mobility? And it'd be, I'm sure you're all looking at that and having the judge here to talk about the convenience and the hassle factor of proximity is something I wanted to ask about when you're programming.
So we have, I think, Sheriff, were you going to jump in there?
I was just going to say some of the jails that we toured actually had new courthouses built right within them.
Right. There was
courtrooms.
John.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just going to acknowledge, I think Lindsay's had her hand up trying to jump in and correct what I was saying.
It was just before what Greg asked, so I was trying to figure out.
Not correct. I wasn't trying to correct.
Go ahead.
And now you got me distracted on the
Oh,
other
sorry about
part.
that, Lindsay.
Handoffs, warm handoffs versus keeping the same
Facilities, yeah.
therapist versus.
Right. As I recall, some of the jails that we some of the jails that we visited, some were right next to the courthouse, and some were far. I think it kind of varied. To answer that part that I was distracted by, and then the other thing, the warm handoffs. I think what we're I heard you talking about Summit County and how Kelly was saying that all of that, a lot of that funding is coming in either through jail-based behavioral health services or the other ways. They've really blended and braided. So they have the Rocky Mountain Health Plan's crisis contract. They do the co-responder program. They have the jail-based behavioral health services, and they've blended and braided all of that to create that program. And the way that we're designed in Pickens County right now is that we have a crisis provider. Right now, it's currently Mind Springs Health. It will switch to the Hope Center this July. We have jail-based behavioral health services that are contracted through another company. So, and then we have our vital mental health services. So we're doing we're blending and braiding, but it seems that we are moving in the direction of coordinating all of those services similar to Larimer County than we are to bringing it all in-house. That was it.
Got it. Thank you.
And then, Greg, I can
Thanks,
address.
Lindsay.
We have facilities in the courthouse currently to hold inmates that are coming over for appearances. We've also, one of the benefits of the pandemic is the use of WebEx and the virtual appearances. So location, although definitely a variable in the equation, I think is probably not. It's not a huge barrier for us. When we bring someone from the jail facility currently over to the courthouse, we have to use staff to move them from one location to the other. If they were located outside of the past the roundabout, same staff would just have to put them in a car and bring them here. So it's a variable, but I think it's something to consider, but it's not a barrier.
Okay, great.
I would agree with that. I'm sorry.
Go
Go
ahead,
ahead.
Judge.
Sorry. You're the boss here. Okay, thanks. I agree that I don't think it's a gigantic barrier, especially when you're talking about the kind of distance, say, from here to the ABC. But it does add one more logistical challenge, and therefore one more moving part that sometimes can go astray. And so we have seen occasionally in other parts of the judicial district transporting where inadvertently one particular person was forgotten And so they got left out on that day, so they had to come back on another day. Or an extra person was brought and they were just sitting there waiting. I think these are little things. I don't think they drive the big picture. The real big picture in transportation is not what I think you're talking about here. It would be more like the problem of an incarcerated juvenile who's over in Grand Mesa and they have to come all the way over here for a 10-minute hearing. That's the transportation problem.
That's the issue, okay.
And typically, we, just not to get too granular, we facilitate that through our patrol division of the sheriff's office, usually, to move juveniles, so.
My question was about the Aspen Police Department.
Mic on?
Your mic.
The Aspen Police Department, so I'm just wondering whether having a facility that's further away is going to have a different effect on that relationship as well, and whether we're definitely considering incorporating the Aspen Police incarcerations with ours, or are we considering going a different route?
I don't think there was ever any consideration to exclude Aspen Police Department arrestees in incarcerating them in our facility. And I can let the sheriff address that if he wants. But you know, the upside of moving it outside of the current location, one of them, if we do that, would be that we would serve Snowmass and Basalt better than we're serving them now. You know, you have an agency like Snowmass and Basalt that has one officer on, potentially, or one or two, and if they have to transport someone up to Aspen, depending on the weather or whatever the situation may be, it could be troublesome or problematic for them to do that. Whereas locating it more centrally in the county could provide some positives as well. But no, to more directly answer your question, we haven't really
No, it does.
considered.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
You bet. Sheriff, do you want to jump in on that?
No, I was going to confirm that, yeah, we have never talked about excluding anybody to the jail. So it would remain the same, Pickens County, Basalt, Snowmass, Aspen, and Pickens County.
Yeah.
Great, thanks. Just one thing. We're all getting a lot more quiet as the afternoon is going on. It's getting increasingly difficult for me to really hear everybody. So if we could just take it up about 1/10 of a decimal would be great. Thank you.
All right, I'll try and be a little more clear.
Yeah, one more,
Too much.
One more question, John, and it would have to do with, I know it comes a little later in the report saying that somebody with mental health or substance abuse issues shouldn't go through door number 1 into the detention center. But at what point is it decided whether they have committed a crime? Do they have to go into the booking room to figure that out, or is that done by the officer or officers who have detained them out and have them in their car somewhere?
The arresting officer will always make that determination in the field whether or not that individual has met the elements of the statute and has probable cause to make the arrest. So I think that's what you're asking. For an individual that's suffering from mental crisis or substance use disorder and also may have committed a crime, there's a decision there. Which one's more important?
Which is more
right?
appropriate.
And that's, I think, what we're getting at in the one-stop shop slide, which we'll get to in just a
So
little
that
bit.
would, I mean, if there were a separate facility for substance abuse and mental health crises that didn't commit a crime, they need to go to a different facility. They don't have to come in clear into town and be unloaded and then loaded back in and taken there. They might just go right straight there. And that actually would simplify it in some, probably a lot of instances.
For sure.
Well, I think our so Brian Olson has been representing the municipal law enforcement agencies, and I think he may, if he were here, suggest that, no, that may complicate it a little bit more. They're really looking for is a location. I think what's really driving it for some of our smaller agencies is exactly what Alex said. You've got, maybe one officer on, and so if you have somebody that has a significant mental health or detox, I think the challenge here is there may be only 2 buckets, but not everyone fits into them, right? Mm-hmm. There's the challenge of somebody who may be under the influence of a substance and may also be in a mental health crisis, but can't necessarily, won't necessarily be in jail, but can't necessarily sit, for example, maybe in detox. There's a little bit of a donut hole there that we've had a challenge, and so oftentimes what happens is, an officer sitting with those individuals for a number of hours. And I think when we get to and maybe we should skip ahead to the 1, 2, 3 door thing, because I probably should have thought about that. That's where that one-stop concept came in, and I know we're trying to figure this out on our service delivery side with separate locations, because that's in essence what we have now, right? We have a detox at the Schultz building, where I think Lindsay's sitting right now. We've got, not in detox, but in the Schultz building. We have our jail facility. We have mobile crisis, and that's either being delivered on site, maybe it's in a co-responder, sometimes that's in the hospital, and so there's not necessarily a place right now for folks that don't meet the strict qualifications of being one place, but and not the other, and officers are sitting.
Yeah, and developing an all services type of detention plan is essentially what this is doing. It's creating a one-stop shop of co-located services that an officer or officers can bring an individual that might be detained for committing a crime or may have mental health crisis situation or substance use disorder, and you're going to one place and they have the access to all of those services, and that's what the idea. I think the door that's actually missing on this slide, and it wasn't you, John, is door 4, which is going to being detained in jail as well. You're going to one spot and you have access to all of these different services. Mm-hmm.
And so I think the concern with that is there's a stigma, right? We want people to voluntarily access detox services or mental health services, and so going to the jail for those puts a different lens, and I think we worry about what that does for people voluntarily accessing, or does it create a stigma for those who do, and we're wrestling with that piece of this. There are some options in here. It could be it could be providing those spaces so that we have a non-detention, a door 3 that's not detention, but we do have a space where a crisis worker or a co-responder could sit with somebody who's in crisis adjacent to services should a higher level of law enforcement engagement be made, versus tying up police officer to sit with that same individual for an hour or 2 hours or 3 hours or more, and really not be in a position to give them the services that they need. So I think there's a continuum here to talk about. One is it the role? Because right now, the facility that we're talking about is door number 1. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Full stop. For sure. Right? And we could just focus on that. It does change the role of this facility in the community a little bit to start offering a door number 2 or a door number 3. It's for an identified gap, right? And we could look at options, like a door 3 could be just what I described, just having some spaces that our mobile crisis folks or co-responders could use, versus hospital or the limited space at Schultz. It could be a more intensive service than that. And then, of course, detox is a whole nother question. They have significant facility, ramifications, and it's also about what does this board want, what role does this facility need to play in the community, in the criminal justice system. Is that a fair framing?
Absolutely.
So when you call it a criminal justice center or a jail, you're implying that somebody has done something against the law when they end up there. I mean, it's
That's the
actually
rub.
not
Yeah.
even an implication. It's like, oh, well, this is the criminal justice
What
center.
it is, yeah.
So you must be a criminal to end up here. So, and you're talking about doors. So what if they are, like, you don't go through one door? The different doors are on the outside. It's one facility, but it doesn't have a front door. It's like 3 different facilities in the same place rather than everybody goes through this door which says criminal justice system about it, you know, rather than, I don't know, community services.
Hotel Galena.
So I'm just saying that, you know, if I drank too much, God forbid, of course, and I was walking down the street and I couldn't walk anymore and a police officer picks me up and I come to my senses and I'm in the jail building, that would be a really different experience than being in a community services type of building.
And so I think that's what this is contemplating, right? When we say 3 doors, and I think it's very important that if somebody isn't criminal justice involved, right, then that's doors 2 and 3. Right. They shall never go through door 1.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. And unless they are, this isn't the right way to put this, qualified for custody. What is the right way to put that? Unless they're
arrested.
Yeah, and unless they're arrested, right, they should not be
Right.
in the detention facility.
And your
full stop.
And again, cart before the horse, but typically your entrance into the detention center, if you're an arrested individual, is not through the front door of the building. It's
Yeah,
through
right.
a different.
Yes, I've been down
You're
there.
not coming. Yeah. So, but I completely understand your point.
Yeah, I mean, if the building itself, if we're talking about a building and it's called the criminal justice system or something, that is off-putting for sure. So
For sure.
Just something to think about.
And that's this.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I mean, you could have all the same functions housed in the same place, but, you know, as a lawyer, I agree words matter.
Yeah.
You could think about another term if you wanted to, call it a safety center or something. And then
Community
that might
services,
cover
yeah.
all 3 of those doors
Yeah.
without necessarily putting a stigma
Okay.
to it,
So,
maybe.
good question. I've heard this group advocate for combining everything together, or at least that's what the impression I'm getting, is that local police are saying this would be something useful based on our clientele and our community. But now we hear the stigma and the reasons, we're all discussing the reasons why it shouldn't happen. The question I have is it even possible to combine a facility that would have these capabilities with, say, 3 separate entrances in the existing location? Or if we go to that, does it mean we're moving it out to the public works? Because if we're going to have the conversation about designing this optimal system that combines these appropriate facilities, shoehorning it in behind this building where the current jail is may not even be on the table at some point. And I'm just trying to decide, are we at a point like that yet?
Well,
I
and
don't think so.
Michael
Yeah.
says no. I thought you would, but I just had to ask because it seems like
yeah.
so are we going to try to make
Let-
it work here? Are we still trying to program it so it could still work in this location?
Well, so I think we need to know what scope of services, right, that we're trying to program for. And obviously, downtown, where we are now, is a more constrained site, but it doesn't make it an impossible site, right? And so we would have to come back and have that conversation about here's what we think we can, of what you said, here's how many square feet, and here's it's either going to fit or not. And then if it does fit, maybe it has some operating consequences, maybe it doesn't. We have to figure that out. And if it doesn't fit, and the goal is really to have it downtown, then you're going to have to make some choices about what aren't we doing with the facility. That's fine.
Right.
But I don't think you're in a position to make that call yet. Unless, I mean, if it's this board's top priority, you know, let's not worry about this stuff. Our top priority is just to keep it here, right? Then we can figure out what we can do with 7,000, additional square feet. But I would not encourage that that's the best model for your policy making just yet. Let's figure out what it is we want to do for the community so you know what trade-offs you're really making when you make those decisions.
Can I add an addendum to that? Only that whenever I hear about the Schultz, it always sounds like the Schultz building is overutilized. It's shoehorning things in.
Mm-hmm.
Would it make sense that become part of the conversation, that activities from the Schultz do get relocated closer to this facility, and is that part of your considerations so far?
It's funny, I think Lindsay and Jordana and I had a little conversation about that on Monday, actually, and
I'm not that far behind.
No, not at all. These are difficult questions, right? And so, we can bring back, what it would look like to program, in one site, these things. That would be probably our recommendation with where the Criminal Justice Coordinating Committee came down. But we need to have that broader policy discussion still about if we do co-locate, is the board comfortable with that change? That we're having that discussion, and what do we call it? And how do we manage it? But you can always, it's easier to edit out in programming than to add, say, gosh, I wish we would have included.
More wet rooms or whatever.
Right, exactly.
I guess I would say for me, this question is probably the biggest one that lacked full consensus in the CJCC, and I invite my fellow members to push against anything I say. No, just wake me up, tell me to talk louder. And I do, I think we very clearly heard the needs and experience of law enforcement. I personally feel like I would like to hear more from the mental health service providers before really landing on a decision on this, about that's, maybe pros and cons, about how that stigma might get in the way of treatment, or about how that co-location might actually really advance treatment. Because I do think the goal continues to be what is going to lower recidivism, and what is really going to help the population of people who return to our jail that have the mental health and substance, disorders that need treatment. So that's what I come back to, and I don't feel totally resolved yet if co-location is going to help with that goal or not. And I think our mental health providers could give us more insight.
She would like to speak to that, I think. Go ahead, Lindsay.
Thank you. I agree with what Kelly is saying about this concept of co-location, and also just wanted to remind everybody that we actually don't have great data right now to suggest what the volume is that we're looking at. I think the CJCC has done a really good job in kind of getting the underlying standards for us per capita in Pickens County. And what we're trying to do is really start to understand where some of these gaps exist, like what is the volume for the community mental health housing services for us here, and what does that look like? And I know that we can't pause this process, but I think in the next year we really are going to start learning what the real gap or what the true need is, and match that up with some of the anecdotal stuff that we're hearing. And I think that that's going to also help us drive towards whether we're co-locating or whether we're, what kind of the desired outcome is.
And I agree with Kelly and also the sheriff that, this, for me, I like this option. It's my personal opinion. But it has some downstream effects and impacts on where the facility is located. For me, this is very much like the bed discussion. We're just not there yet. We don't have enough information. We haven't engaged with the stakeholders in the discussion to really get the data to make an informed and educated decision. I think, my goal in this would be to make sure that, we're doing what's right for not only the inmates, but the staff as well. What's the best operationally, what's the safest for the staff as well. So I agree with Kelly that, this is one of the items that we had that we didn't have full consensus on, but definitely looking forward to going forward and gaining that consensus.
Steve?
I've been trying to envision the idea of the flexible space that could be used for these different populations. And if we do have the different things in the same facility with a different entrance to get in there, if you're having somebody with mental health issues and you want them in a room that seems like home to them or where they feel comfortable, it doesn't feel like a jail cell. Maybe all of our jail cells need to be the same, a higher standard. They don't feel like a jail cell. They're more humane kind of a location for people to be. And I guess that maybe is more along the lines of what they're doing in Denmark or different countries. So those thoughts are going around in my head, and they probably have gone around in the heads of the people on your committee too.
And we're going to come back to, I think it kind of connects to the earlier question that you were asking, Greg, about how we, what some of the recommendations are in terms of the physical plant. Here's what I'd suggest in terms of moving this forward at this point. I don't think there's disagreement about the need for these services. I think all we're really talking about is, should they be co-located or not? So what I would suggest in terms of moving this forward would be to get the programming so you understand the square footage for each of these services and kind of those options for meeting them. You're not committing to doing co-locating or not, but that gives us an opportunity to at least see what it is. And that way, it preserves that option, Steve, that you were talking about, which is, well, what if we looked at carving some of this out and maybe locating it somewhere else? Probably some staffing implications there. What does it, does that make sense, or does it make sense to have some scaled down version where we're co-locating? But if we don't do the programming on that, I think you're going to ask that question downstream, and we're going to be doing another do loop. Like I said, in programming, it's easier to edit out than to add it in later.
Well, I have to ask, what is the role of budget in this discussion? When does that enter in? Because if we give you all these things that we'd like to see in a justice system,
Yep.
And they're just completely out of reach without some kind of major bond or tax question or whatever, I mean, when do we discuss that? Because I don't want to get so far down our aspirational road that we've passed the budget and left it in the background.
Well, and so I think right now what we would be doing is bringing back, kind of that based on the square footage. This is what we estimate construction costs in these different kinds of scenarios. That is also a basis for editing during the programming phase, right? To say, oh my gosh, well, I didn't know it was going to cost. This is many millions more than we thought. We need to prioritize and start cutting back. And that's, in essence, that's what happened with this building. We had a budget and we had a limited footprint to work with.
This
And so
building or the
this
current-
building, this building right here, and we edited, and that's part of what happens in that process and programming. But if you don't have that starting point to say, here's all the things we want to do, and here's what we think it takes to do it, it's really hard to prioritize, because what inevitably happens is the question gets asked halfway through it, well, what about? And then we're chasing that information, and that's why I'm saying edit out, and budget plays a role in that. Footprint and massing plays a role in that. But you know, if you start off without fully identifying the potential needs and square footage, you may not be editing the right things.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that aspirationally, we could be at 100 million. And,
Yeah.
so,
Only if we cut corners.
Well,
you know, I just don't want us to get too far down the road. That's all I'm saying. Before we stop and say, okay, well, what about this? And what about the other needs in our community that we need money for and all of that? So, not saying
Yeah.
that we don't do this. I'm just saying we can't put it off too long. I mean,
Right.
in my opinion.
and I would just note that you have staff around the table who are conscious of the budget. I'm definitely thinking about that, and I'll be a wet blanket at some point in this process, because
Well, better you than
that's
I.
what I do. You know, and where we'll try and do some of that editing ahead of time, Francie, just to keep it moving. But it helps us to understand where this board's energy and desired outcome is in order to do that work and help make
If you
good
don't mind, I'm just
recommendations.
going to ask one more question before I go to you,
Sure.
Steve, and then I'll go to Kelly. So, my understanding when we started this today was that we weren't really going to be talking about location and stuff. We were going to be talking about what kind of programs do we want to include in our justice system. And so, have we gone astray from that a little bit by talking about necessarily where locations are? And so, but then I just heard you say, well, clearly everybody wants all of this programming. So I'm a little bit confused about what you're actually looking for if we want all of the programming. The detox center and the mental health center and the jail detention and, yoga rooms and exercise rooms. And, I mean, how much are we going to be prioritizing, or are we just going to say we want all of this?
Right now, what we would suggest is understand what it means to provide all of it before you say no to any of it. And then once you know what it is to provide from a law enforcement and staff and CJCC perspective, I think it'll be pretty quick work to prioritize, from a detention facility perspective or service perspective, what we think the core elements are, whether we're fitting in a footprint down here or somewhere else, and budget, and bring that back to you. And then this board will do further editing. And once you've got that basis, this process can move along pretty quickly. We haven't gotten permission to get that basis yet. That's what we're really looking for today is these are the things that we think we'd like to see in the community. We understand there's going to have to be compromises and prioritization in this process, but we haven't even put a number or square footage to any of it yet. We need to do that.
Okay, Steve?
So I printed out your recommendations and then I took an orange marker and virtually every paragraph has a sentence or a phrase about what people on the committee felt like it should be, and I highlighted those. And to me, those orange highlighted things on here are your recommendations, which on the last page, it's desirable to have outdoor spaces available to the staff as well as for the offenders. So that's just one item that ideally, in the best worlds, you would have the outdoor space. You would have an adequate number of holding cells in the booking area. Only those individuals with criminal charges go through door number 1. Work release programs in a separate area. Male and female work release are in separate facility. On and on throughout your whole recommendation. And to me, we should keep all of those recommendations from the committee right now and say, this is the ideal, we don't worry about the cost yet. If we could build the ideal facility or facilities, this is what it would include. And then we probably aren't going to be able to do all those things, obviously, and then we have to prioritize and figure out how to make it work.
Kelly? You're done.
No, it's okay. I'm good.
Okay.
So,
Okay. I agree with that, by the way.
okay, well, let's move through the physical plant options, and we'll come back to the questions, because I think we may be getting to a point where we're ready to move some programming forward with the understanding, and I hope foreshadowing of some really difficult policy decisions that we're going to have coming forward that we need to think through, and the CJCC hopefully will wrestle with and help make some recommendations on, so we can move this forward, know what we really are going to do as a community, design the thing, dig a hole and build it, or whatever we're doing, or put scaffolding up on that and build it, whatever we're doing. So in terms of physical plant recommendations, and these really get to the really practical side, I think, of the programming for the detention facility, it's to build all the housing units consistently. I think that already came up, and Greg, this may be getting to some of the parking lot question that you're asking earlier. The reason for doing that is a fewfold. One, if it's consistent, as your classifications change and such, it's easier to manage those populations, move around, and it's also the wet cells, which Kelly had mentioned earlier. It makes it a lot easier if you get into a lockdown situation in a facility. If you got a toilet and a shower, you have to move people a lot less frequently in that situation than when you don't. And that was something I think we heard in just about all the facilities that didn't have all wet cells. Like, what would you change if you could? Wet cells.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
Even though they stuff the toilets with towels and stop drains and do all that stuff.
Yes. I think, and also building on that, it mentions humane finishes and appearances, and to Steve's point, softening the inside of the interior of the cells a little bit, using maybe not, poured concrete, but using different types of materials that might soften the environmental design of the facility itself. We're required by law to provide access to light, natural light, but taking it a step further, the recommendation and some of the things that we saw in other facilities, high windows, lots of natural light, access to, being able to see outside and stuff, which helps with maybe the mental and emotional health and stability of an inmate that's in there for a long time as well.
Yes, Steve?
One other thought. What are the possibilities if we built a state-of-the-art best building, but we don't have enough people to put in it? What are our possibilities of?
You mean staff?
Staff, or
Inmates.
incarcerated people.
Inmates, yeah.
What are our possibilities of getting people, having other counties contract with us to take some people in to make the closer to full use of our facility, to help pay, for what we build. If we kind of build more than we usually need, so we have extra space, how do we then use it?
I think that's probably a discussion for the sheriff.
Great question. I don't see many of the other surrounding counties using us, since we're kind of off the beaten path, especially in the wintertime, when you have a facility like Garfield and Eagle kind of at that back door. It is certainly a possibility. It's not a moneymaker, but it would keep our staff, keep their days filled.
And there may, Sheriff, I do wonder if Western Eagle County, so like Basalt area and such, there might be some limited opportunity there because a canyon can be a long drive, as we know right now.
Without a doubt, John.
Yeah, and so there may be some opportunities there, but I don't think we would be like a destination for other counties.
Like Lake County private facility is sort of a destination resort.
Yeah.
Concept
Well,
Well, I
right
think
now.
it's also worth remembering, and Dan actually just reminded me, that counties don't ship off their good inmates to other counties. So might not be something we want to get involved in.
Okay.
Except for us, we ship
Except for
them
us,
all.
well, we're just a
Well, it's
different
shipping them
situation
all
now.
off,
Yeah, Kelly?
One of the things that I'm interested in learning as we go through this process that I've wondered is, if we're able to design individual wet cells, does that give us more flexibility for how they're used, which helps with the overall bed count? So like while putting a bathroom and a shower in each individual cell may be expensive, it may also allow us to manage, because you can have the same exact facility that suits the needs of a low, a nonviolent offender versus a violent offender, or a man versus a woman, or something like that.
It does provide that flexibility.
Yeah, so it just could, it could help us manage the bed count.
One other out-of-the-box thought. How about if we have extra space, winter shelter for homeless people when there's a bad storm come through? Could we use this facility just for housing for overnight?
I think there are some concerns with mixing non-custodial and custodial populations, and I'm probably not the best one to.
I have to tell you a really quick story. I was hitchhiking in California, and it was night, and a trucker dropped me off in this town, and I went to the police station, and they kindly put me up in a bed, in a cell, got me up in the morning, and gave me breakfast, and sent me on my way. So it's been done that people who aren't incarcerated can be in a cell, and it's okay.
Will you share your mugshot?
I mean, most of the
And
people
it-
in jail are
and
not
mugshot?
like convicted yet, right? So.
How much did you have?
But we're going to solve the homeless problem before then, Steve.
I would go so far as to say the industry standard is not to mix individuals.
Yes. Like I said,
There was a time
thinking
in
out of the
Pickett County
box.
It's fantastic.
What'd you say, Michael?
There was a time in Pickett County when we would do the same.
Oh,
If
nice
not,
to hear.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It was about the same time Francie actually had that experience, which I assume was a few years ago.
It was a little while ago.
And just some other things, there is some some different kind of design concepts, like for our lower risk population. There's a dormitory style, which was a really efficient way, both from a facility and staffing perspective. And I think there is some energy on that. There is a lot of energy on, how do we soften the facility so that it's not like, frankly, some of the detention facilities we saw are pretty stark. And I think this was coming up, Steve, with some of your concepts of, not only would we be standardizing, but how do we soften, normalize, provide opportunities for dignity while maintaining the oversight that we need in the population? I think we saw a lot of good examples, particularly Larimer County, which I think was the newest facility.
Brand new. They hadn't even opened yet.
Hadn't even opened yet.
Oh, no kidding.
Section.
Yeah, they were doing, I think, some good things there relative to other facilities. So in the physical plant, really looking at leaning that direction, more consistent with our values. Also, to that point, how do we organize it so you have smaller capacity housing in pods or smaller groupings of cells? And I think that's to Kelly's point. Is there an opportunity if you've built them consistently, you have them segregated in a little bit smaller groups, that there's less risk in building less than that 47 and still being able to manage the population. We think the answer to that is yes. We'd like to get into the programming and play with that a little bit.
Yeah, definitely.
And then, of course, work release, as we already talked about, we think should be in a separate area. Whether it should be a totally separate facility, different question. I'm just going to kind of move us through because I think we're almost there. Some jails have been providing space for competency hearings. There's possibilities for multi-use space, I think, for these types of things, but you know, Summit County has directly contracted with a Front Range hospital. I know we've had some folks sitting long-term in our jail because we've had difficulty getting a competency hearing and moving that population along. So we think that this may be a real opportunity not to have people sitting in the jail longer than we need.
The sheriff has his hand.
Michael.
Oh, yep. Sorry. Thanks, Michael.
That's okay. John, I had mentioned it earlier. We don't need to wait to bring the Pueblo. It's not a contract that Summit has. Again, the RISE program in Boulder County is run by Behavioral Health, and it is for any county. It's just a matter of getting an order to bring one of our detainees there. So that is a great resource for us.
Okay, great, thank you. And then right now, we do not have a kitchen in our jail that is contracted out. That does leave us a little exposed in the future. We're trying to, you know, plan for 20 or 30 years. We do have a great relationship with the hospital that's worked out well. There's been no indication that that relationship will not continue. However, over multiple decades, circumstances, conditions can change, leadership can change, and we do need to have facilities. We feel like it would be appropriate to program in both kitchen and laundry facilities into the physical plant for that reason. And then your favorite, I think, is a drive-through Sallyport, or is that Brian Olson's?
I think it was, we shared that.
Oh, you shared that. I'll
Probably
let you
everybody.
speak to that one.
Just the ability, you know, to not have to come in and navigate a really tight parking garage and get into where we're bringing the inmates, and you're more concerned about bumping your patrol car on the side of the concrete walls. But in Larimer County specifically, beautiful facility. It was a drive one way in, one way out. You came in, you had the ability to put in multiple vehicles. Sometimes certain busier weekends, we have multiple arrests from multiple agencies at a certain time. We actually have people waiting downstairs. So it's just building the capacity, as John was saying, you know, for decades of use, if we have the opportunity to build that into the facility.
Sorry, I got out of order.
I'm sorry, I messed you up on
Yeah,
your
yeah,
order
it's
there.
no, but I think we've talked about some of this outdoor recreation spaces for our inmates, but also our staff. You know, for the most part, our staff actually spend more time in the jail than our inmates, right? Because they have a career-long sentence versus a shorter one.
It's a good one.
Yeah.
It's work release. They get to go home at night sometimes.
And so, and then the other thing that is important is having an appropriate number of holding cells in the booking area, and that's something that I think we've been challenged with. So I think I'm tiring everyone out, so I want to come back.
Okay, before you go back and
yeah.
recap, just one question. So if we did a co-program between Health and Human Services and the Justice Center, would all of the services come over, or would we maintain the Schultz building for one thing and then have, I'm a little confused. I'm kind of with you about the Schultz building. I mean, we already have centers for detox and mental health, and yet, how would that
So,
work?
I think that's a question for us to answer still. I would note, for example, detox. Right now, we're doing a lot of shared staffing and such with the homeless and doing a lot of case management there. But we have a very limited physical plant there. We have 4 beds. Lindsay, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we have the ability to lock any of those facilities, which makes it difficult to manage our more behaviorally challenged folks when they come in. And so oftentimes they can't sit in our detox there because it's not safe for others. We don't have, maybe they come to the jail, maybe the officer is sitting with them for a while.
Okay.
And that is the
So it's
challenge.
totally
right now.
insufficient at the Schultz building right now.
And the way licensing works is, Lindsay, I think we have to license, I want to say for 8 beds. I may be wrong about that in detox, but I believe so we have to staff for 8 beds and license for 8 beds. We have physical capacity for 4, and we can't separate those populations. So given the physical constraints, that may be one that makes sense to co-locate or not.
Okay.
Or to locate somewhere else or develop more. But we don't have much more room in the Schultz building to do
Okay,
it.
Kelly?
And I feel like, Brian Olson did a really good job sort of describing how they can kind of ping pong between locations, like whether it's sort of, detox or the hospital or the jail, kind of depending on the person that they're.
For sure.
And I
Yeah.
can't speak
Yeah,
to that
I can
with
speak to
great
that a little bit.
clarity, but it's not great
Because-
for that person. Yeah.
Because it goes beyond just that initial night also. You have a person, and I think this is the idea of that one-stop shop, which I'll just say I'm also in favor of to start out, is, as an officer has a person that has committed a crime, but a low-level crime, your disorderly conduct or criminal mischief that's a misdemeanor, something that's not the sort of thing that we say, better lock this person up and make them post bond before we release them back into the community. At the same time, they're intoxicated or they are suffering a mental health problem that makes that officer concerned about writing them a ticket and sending them on their way. And I think, not to speak for the officers in the room, but they struggle with, are we putting another person in our jail? A person who's extremely difficult. And there's 2 problems. One is we may send a person to detox or to the hospital that probably should be Dan's problem because they're really dangerous, right? And if you talk to the hospital folks, they'll tell you many stories about those people. Sorry.
It's true.
And that's one problem, of course, is the danger in the community. The other problem is we send someone to the jail, probably doesn't need to be there, right? And they end up, and then the problem becomes Judge Boyd's and my problem, where it's a person that it becomes a difficult and too long of a process to get them released and to get them care. And so if an officer has the opportunity to not drive, even though it's only maybe 10 minutes, or something like that, but to have them, that person with the opportunity to spend a little bit more time with them, not the hours that they might spend waiting for them to sober up, but a little bit more time with them to allow them then to go through door number 2 or door number 3. They can make that decision. Once they've booked them into the jail, it becomes difficult to undo.
For sure.
But they can have a little bit more time to make that decision because it becomes very difficult for district attorneys who want this person a person with a severe alcohol problem to not be in jail but to be getting treatment. It becomes difficult, first of all, to get them into court, to get their motion filed, to get all those things, but also I wish Ms. Meyer were here, the head of the public defender's office, who's part of this as well. She knows that it's not easy to find the appropriate place that I'm going to say no objection to, and we can get them moved into to get them care for their alcohol problem so that they stop being someone in the jail and instead someone that's getting better, which we all want, but unfortunately it takes days
Yeah.
or weeks.
I think the
at
goal,
that point.
and the goal is, to put it simply, the goal is to put people in jail that belong in jail, that are a threat to the safety of the public. But those that don't meet that standard and that criteria, that are simply suffering from a mental health crisis that's acute, or a substance use disorder that might be acute, or maybe something that's more systemic that we need to deal with and provide them with case management, they don't belong in jail. They belong in in getting treatment in some of these other places.
I think that's the way we all feel.
For sure.
For sure.
Yeah.
And I think Lindsay's trying to jump in.
Yeah,
Do you
Lindsay.
want some?
Yeah, I was just going to also add that you'll start to, and John started to key into this a little bit, but you start to approach some licensing issues. And the reason, what Alex is talking about is putting them in the right place, like a medical, right? Because right now we have a social detox, which is not, that's a voluntary program and it's
Right.
not a locked facility. Once you start locking facilities, to hold people, then it's kind of escalating. It's that next level of care, or that kind of gap that I think that we have between that social mechanism and then the more locked facility like jail. What doesn't exist for us right now in our community is that kind of that other higher level of care, which is usually a locked facility, requires physicians, requires nurse practitioners. Our detox here has looked at that as an option, and because of some of the staffing issues and the costs for that nonprofit, it would just be a really tough thing to do to make it a locked facility. Just put that out there.
Thanks, Lindsay.
Michael, that's something.
I saw Michael put his hand up. Did you have something to say, Michael, or did you change your mind?
I did quickly. I know Chief Knott is building a new office down in the old Umbrella Roofing location. I'm not sure when that's going to happen, but we had a brief discussion about doing a regional detox down there, a real, I put that in quotes, detox, not one like we have now. And he was not opposed to it. And again, it could be used by anybody. Well, we'll have to hash that out within the valley. Eagle, Basalt, and the rest of us up here. Because we are lacking that. If someone wants to walk out, they walk out, then it's become a problem, a hospital problem, an asset police problem. I think we need to up our game on a detox center, no doubt.
Was that in Glenwood, Michael?
Basalt.
Basalt, okay.
Yeah.
By the Umbrella Roofing Company right up there at 82. And another question, can the Schultz building be expanded? I'm sure it can, but just throwing that out there as well.
Yeah, first, speaking to like another detox, so facility is one problem that can be solved multiple ways. And then as Lindsay was saying, the type of detox, going from a social detox to a medical detox that, would probably double the operating price, roughly, because we've looked at it. It's one of the reasons we're doing a social detox, because I think all things being equal, we'd be doing a medical detox and have these options. And so those will be options, for us to look at. But I think if we identify the square footage, that can help in partnership discussions, and to define other options. And then we have a serious operating conversation, because we're already getting pushback, frankly, from our partners on funding the cost of a social detox, much less the cost of funding a medical detox. So those will be conversations to come up, but the programming gives us at least a basis on the physical plant side.
Okay.
So I'm going to clearly
Go to
push to
your
move
recap.
that forward.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So coming back to kind of key questions, I think will allow us to move the programming forward. I don't think the first question should frankly really be a question, but it is because it has come up in our community dialogue, and we've been asked this. And so it is staff's very strong recommendation that we follow the law. And that we program according, to segregating these
Can I just make a
populations.
comment quickly
Yeah.
on that? I mean, and I think some of the concern that we didn't really talk about was just like isolation you know, if you have very limited populations, or if you have only one woman, or, you know, what does isolation do to a person who's detained? So just throw that in there for food for thought.
Yeah. And so, and I think there are some mitigation strategies that we've talked about that I think we can take into account in the programming, but would you know, like kind of the initial consent of the board to move forward with programming, considering the segregation, classification, sex, and then looking at, you know, what could we reduce in terms of number of beds by some of these other construction and mitigation strategies.
I think we should follow the law. Greg, how about you?
I just wanted to go down the list. I agree. Yeah, certainly following the
Just
law.
on number
that's
one.
Check number one. There's not
Okay,
a
right.
question there
Steve?
for me.
Yeah, all right.
It's just one. Yeah.
I'd also like to recommend that as the CJCC does further research on the transgender issue, this is an emerging issue for all the jails that we visited, and certainly something that we may want to consider in our own. But we're still doing research on what those best practices, and I think the sheriff has a policy for us to look at. But to allow us to do some programming, again, you can always edit, but to allow us to do some programming to understand what the physical plant considerations might be around those issues also.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. Not hearing any no's. I think this is probably an easy one too. Programming for work release beds, and that would be as a separate kind of facility and design from the other rest of the detention facility.
Yes.
I could see there, you know, if you need to have separate place for the female and the males and the work release, having the flexible space. So maybe there's 8 beds, but you could have one, if you only have one woman, she could be in one that could be locked off from the rest, and she would have a separate entrance. Or maybe there's
For workers.
5 and 5, so
Yeah.
flexible space for that also.
That's a good idea, and that's something we can definitely bring to the design programming discussion.
Yeah.
So right now, and maybe prioritizing these spaces may be a little premature, but I do think there's going to be a prioritization exercise that we have to go through the staff and board level and criminal justice coordinating committee level. But right now, I think what we'd be looking for is consent to at least program to all of those, the therapeutic counseling, substance use, and then other uses like the religious services, yoga, exercise, attorney meeting spaces. A lot of these will be shared spaces. They're not all going to be unique spaces, of course, and we can identify that. So we'd like to program to the full scope. And then kind of wondering about the board's thoughts on, do we look at over-programming for these therapeutic spaces given the feedback?
What do you mean, over-programming?
Maybe we got the comment, I think it was across the board, that whatever you think you need for group and individual therapy space, double it.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Because they had gone through those, kind of analyses themselves, and I was wondering if we should do a little bit of an add-on, because that is the part that I think we heard consistently.
Yeah.
The question.
Go ahead.
Question along those lines. What were their assumptions originally? Were they as progressive-minded at the very outset, and then they realized later they needed double the space, or were they more traditional in their outlook when they originally began their programming? Because it seems that if we're programming and we're trying to be all-inclusive, then we have to double that. It may be 4 times what they would have done when they only needed twice.
You're-
Our original approach to it is something we have to take into account. There's a bias.
Well, we can always start with the base number and then do some multipliers just to say.
I would say some of the surprising feedback, like, you know, I think Larimer County designed some really nice spaces and like different sizes that could be used for different purposes, and you know, the incorporation of technology in multi-use spaces, you know, to have family visitation, court visitation, whatever, I think comes into play here. But then, like in Pueblo, you know, I mean, they had a lot of community interest in coming in and doing programming, and so that was where their need was being generated. So it's a little bit, I think it could be different from place to place.
And on this point, I noticed that in your floor plans for the current location, I know it's nothing definitive, but it still had the gym in it. So when we talk about exercise, we're talking about possibly inside and outside, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
I think we all know the relationship between exercise and mental health, so
Yes.
might want to kick that one up a little bit.
Okay. So it sounds like there's, you know, to do that full scope, and then that would be a prioritization editing exercise as we bring it forward. Okay. I think it is our recommendation, and the consequence of this second to next to last bullet point, you know, should all housing units be constructed to the same standards, you know, and that would be, you know, the wet cells, being able to really move populations. The consequence is you're adding cost, potentially. You're adding cost for flexibility, right, and operational standards. And then, you know, similarly, the wet cells and kind of the softening, and that generally adds cost too, but for, you know, the purposes that we say it having both dignity, and in the case of wet cells, also being able to manage the population more safely and with
So
fewer staff.
that's one question I was wondering, if we can't build separate, like for a transgender person, can they be put in a single bed cell with the toilet and the and be locked in there and then let out at mealtime? They get to come out, but not when other people are out there. Is that might not even be humane to do that, but that would be one way to
In terms of the
protect a
management,
transgender person, or if there's only one woman in the facility, they'd be sort of isolated in their cell a lot of the time, which I don't think is the ideal
and I think that's
situation, but is that possible?
Well, I think that's part of what we're gonna endeavor to discover in, you know, over the next couple of months, is what are the industry best practices across the state, but also across the nation, and then even looking potentially internationally to see what in terms of the management of the population, what are the industry best practices. And I think I don't know that I can answer your question as to how we would specifically manage an individual that's transgender and putting them in a certain cell or not, because I think there's a lot to be learned, and I think a lot of the facilities across the country in the state of Colorado are kind of learning on the fly.
And
Dan,
going-
did you want to add to that?
I was just going to say, doing what you just kind of laid out is not an ideal situation for managing a person. You don't want to keep somebody in their cell for 23 or 24 hours a day. You want to have them have the ability to go outside into a day room, to associate with people, to go to classes, to do those kinds of things. You don't want to just leave somebody in a cell. That's not how we want to run a jail at all.
So that's what I was
that's not in
thinking. It
alignment
would be
with our
not be
vision or
humane,
values.
really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think your point is, sorry,
No,
well
you go.
taken in terms of, one of the reasons this is so challenging and why the programming, in my view, is so important is because these challenges intersect with each other.
Yeah.
I think it's easy to see why isolating a person in a cell is a bad idea. But if you have another principle, and you don't want to mix populations, but for some reason you end up with a population of one for some particular group, then you get the two principles in conflict, and they have to figure out how to deal with that, and that's why this programming is so important in my view.
Definitely.
I just wanted to say that I think when you say should all housing units, I wonder if there's an optimal number. It seems like everybody wanted more wet cells, but did they want every cell to be a wet cell? And is that how you're looking at it? Or is it, I just wanted to give you wiggle room, because it may not be necessary to have every single cell be a wet cell at that expense.
It depends whether you're talking to the budget officer or the detention staff. I think.
Exactly.
In all seriousness, I think the detention
Well, you're talking to the budget
staff-
officer here.
Exactly. No, exactly. Yeah. And so I think across the board, what we heard from the detention
facilities,
staff was
yeah.
a desire for wet cells, with the exception of the dormitory style units, which, you know, obviously that's a different, more open
So
concept.
any single cell is going to be a wet cell.
And
Is
it
that the
really
idea?
does maximize the flexibility and the ability
Right.
to
I'm
move
sure it does.
population
Yeah.
based on classifications.
Yeah.
I would just say, like, maybe we wouldn't design work release like that. You know, like maybe work
Right.
release would be more of a dorm style.
I would agree.
Yeah.
you know.
Right.
Mhm.
And maybe for our lower risk classifications, having that dormitory style. So you may have some
Communal
different,
style.
but
Right.
where you're doing that, do it consistently.
Right.
A question I wanted to ask before you throw out your last one was, are we looking at other square footage adjacent to our current jail that we could possibly expand some of these services into? And I'm going to say specifically,
City Hall.
we've built a building, you know, since COVID, we've got fewer people working in this building. And I don't know if the numbers have come back entirely or if the space requirements have come back, but it has been suggested to me that, hey, do we really need this large space if fewer people are actually coming into work and its proximity to the sheriff's department and the jail? Are there spaces in, say, this building that could actually be taken for counseling spaces, you know, less secure, extra space, you know? Just wondering, is that being considered, and should it be?
Yeah. And I mean, I think we could consider, I think we've got a lot of analysis to do on that future need. And then I don't know that for our in-custody population, there is necessarily a less secure place that we'd bring them just because they're doing therapeutic kind of services. But I guess I'd look to you all for that.
I think ideally, do you want to
I
address
was gonna
that?
say, I think ideally you would want to have those services within the jail facility. So
Correct.
if you have one of those rooms where you have a ability for counseling, have ability for doing WebEx court appearances, have ability for attorney-client visits, you can cross-utilize that space and make use of it in more than just one way. That would be the ideal way to do it.
Got it. Just trying to think, you know, because I keep hearing about all the things we want to do and wondering if it's going to fit over here. And do we have other options
Yeah.
in the vicinity that could help it?
We're not there yet.
The least amount of movement you can do from within the facility and outside and then back in is really one of the goals, because it reduces, you know, escape potentials. It reduces use of force potentials on someone trying to escape. It reduces introduction of contraband or some type of item back into the facility. So if you know, to do it all within the secure area of the facility really makes the most sense.
We could do a bridge of size to the second floor. Just thinking out of the box.
It's creative.
So I think on the last bullet point, I think we answered this in our earlier discussion, but just to check in, which was to figure out the programming on the space, but to bring the policy question back, that we're not ready to answer that broader policy question of co-location or not. But let's understand what the facility needs are and keep exploring the policy questions and bring back that as an editing. But let's include it in the programming right
Yeah,
now
definitely.
and edit it out and move it if we need to.
Sounds good.
Thumbs up.
Yeah.
That is the direction we were seeking today.
Okay, so we lit the fire?
We're ready to go.
Could-
If you all are ready to let us go.
For fear, could I ask a quick question
Well,
or throw
after
out a
Kelly.
couple after Kelly?
Oh, I mean, I was just gonna acknowledge some other folks on our team that couldn't be here. So Brian Olson, from Snowmass Village, and, Elise Meyer is the public defender. Jordana Sabella on our public health, who leads public health, is also on our team.
Thank
I don't
you.
think I've forgotten anyone. Thank
Greg?
you.
Would you mind going back to the last slide? I promise to be brief. I just, so the questions I have are, and they've been asked, but I want to ask them again. What are we doing well now? Hopefully everything, but we see room for improvement, right? Within health and human services, detox, mental health, and detention. You know, so I'm just wanting to make sure we aren't trying to fix something that is working. We could optimize those. So what corrections need to be made? What needs to grow, i.e. possibly move? And what space is proximate to the jail can we repurpose? I didn't mean to beat the dead horse, but it was on my list. Is it desirable, optimal, or necessary to combine services, or is it unnecessary? That's the kind of the question you're going to be exploring. And then finally is just what are the upsides of redeveloping Schultz? If Schultz turns out to be, you know, maybe, you know, if that becomes part of the equation, as does any other place proximate to the jail. I don't want to pick on this building, but anyway, because the things I think about are if we decided we could move some things out of Schultz and repurpose it, there's some value to repurposing that property. If we were to move this jail, there's value to repurposing this property. And that's part of the equation we're all going to be talking about at some point.
Right.
So, and we don't own the property that Schultz is on.
We don't own that. That's hospital property.
That's hospital property. We have a perpetual development easement as long as we're doing certain things on the property and not other things. So we don't have full flexibility. That is different for the parcel that the jail is currently on. I do think, I know Lindsay and I are going to be coming to brief you all at some point on some of the neighborhood concerns, you know, with services that are currently located in the Schultz building. I know there's a lot of energy, you know, to potentially relocate some of those. We don't have an option right now, but that may be part of a future conversation. Outside of the detox services, I don't think it's part of this programming exercise. I'd be expanding the scope
dramatically.
On a project we've struggled, right, to figure out and move forward on right now. So, but yeah, there's a lot of complication in that one.
Got it. Don't mean to complicate it. This has been really helpful. Thank you all for coming and being here today.
Yeah. Any other questions?
I just want to check in with Michael before we adjourn and make sure. I know that when you're the only person who's not in the room, well, Lindsay isn't either, but sometimes it's hard to feel heard. Did you have more that you wanted to add, Michael?
No, I did. I thank you for checking in. I appreciate that. No, what I said, I meant to say, and I don't believe I left anything out.
Okay, great.
And Judge Boyd, thank you so much. I know how tight your schedule is for spending the time here today.
Everybody has a tight schedule, and this is important.
Yeah,
And
thank you so much.
Thank you for the repurposed building right across the breezeway there.
And Dan, thank you so much. It's really nice to see you again.
Always.
Great.
And
And Alex is always.
if I could add on, I've been looking forward to this today and this meeting for a long time to hear, because I know you all have been working on this, and I've been kind of chomping at the bit to get your first take on, you know, what are the good things, what do we want to achieve.
Well, the sheriff and I are committed, as are the other members of the CJCC, to prioritizing updates to the board. I know it's taken us a little bit of time to get here. We wanted to make sure the information and the products was well baked for you.
I really appreciate that.
But that is a priority of us, of our team. It's a priority of the sheriff and mine, and also of all of our staff. So just wanted to make sure you're aware of that.
Can I ask one more
Let's
question?
keep the momentum going.
Absolutely.
The only question I would ask is how are we doing with Eagle County and the arrangement we have with them? Any reports on that?
They're fantastic partners. They really are. They've done an amazing job managing our inmates, as has our staff. It's a 74-mile trip one way over there. It takes a long time. The traffic issues can be cumbersome. So not only is Eagle County been a great partner, but also our staff have been amazing and very patient in the transportation of the inmates back and forth between Eagle and Pitkin. Thanks for asking.
We're moving at a
with the
pace that's
recent-
comfortable to them.
We are, but we've been keeping the undersheriff and the sheriff and Captain Van Wyck of the jail over there apprised of the pace and the status of the project.
They're recovering from their recent sadness.
They are, yeah. I reached out to the undersheriff as soon as I had heard and offered our assistance, however we could provide it, and he was very appreciative of that.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm done. That's all
That's all we
for
have.
today.
Well, that's all we have too. So we're going to adjourn as we adjourn this. We are out of here, grassroots.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.